Good morning, everybody. Thank you to those who are tuned in online and those who are physically present. As we start day 2 of the Young Lawyers Symposium, we are honored to be in the presence of Senior Counsel, Mr. Sebugeni, the past president and a partner at Sebalu and Lule S&L Advocates. Also in the presence, we have the President, Uganda Law Society, Mr. Bernard Oundo, and the CEO, Uganda Law Society. As we start, we're going to start with a prayer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Titin Jessica, a student at Uganda Christian University. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for this time. We want to thank you for you've brought us together as a society, Heaven Lord Jesus. Father, this time we pray for this day as we are going to go ahead with this event. May you go ahead of us, Father. May we understand each and everything. And may we be able to get solutions for the near future that will make us a better society. And may your will be done. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we've prayed.
Thank you. And it is on this note I would like to invite the President, Uganda Law Society, to give us brief remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, our moderator, for the day. Good morning to you all. There are no remarks today, except to just let you know that we would like to welcome you to the second day of the Young Lawyers Annual Symposium. Let me take the opportunity to introduce my senior colleague, Mr. James Mukasa Sebugenyi, who is a partner at S&L Advocates. He is senior counsel. He is a past president of the Uganda Law Society and is also chairman of our building project. Mr. James Mukasa Sebugenyi, SC, you're welcome to the Young Lawyers Annual Symposium. Please come and give us your address on day 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Bernard Oundo, for welcoming me, the CEO of Uganda Law Society, and all of you who are present, and those of you who are online. Thank you for supporting Uganda Law Society in these trainings we try to conduct. My duty today to take you through a topic which I was given, and that topic is up there. The topic is a lawyer's toolbox, the essentials of a market survey practitioner. This topic is relevant to the theme of the symposium, and I had a chance to look at a few things, and I came up with a few ideas which I think you, the young lawyers, will benefit from. For some of us who have been in practice, I've been in practice since 1992. That is when I began my legal practice, in private legal practice. So I might have a little bit of a bias in terms of private legal practice because I've been in private legal practice, particularly litigation. I head the litigation team. So if I have a bit of bias towards that, just understand. And I'm trying to make that clear so that those of you who are in the other spaces and other practice areas don't judge me unfairly. Bear with me with that. My outline for today's presentation will be the market survey practitioner. I'll try and create a definition around that area, the characteristics and the essentials. Then I'll take you down a little bit memory lane into the evolution of the practitioner, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, so that then we can contextualize the toolbox aspects we shall be talking about, and the things you need to acquire, use, and utilize to be a trendy, relevant practitioner in this day and age and in the future. You, the young lawyers, are the future of the legal profession in all aspects, in terms of leadership, in terms of guiding the Uganda Law Society, in terms of standing for the rule of law matters, which are very relevant to us. Not only the profitability bit of it, but the rule of law issues are very serious, and we are the last standing line. We are the last defense in society. And always please remember that. Much as we talk about business, always remember we are the last standing line for the rule of law in this country and internationally. So let's move on. The definition of a market survey practitioner. I managed to get something to that effect, and it requires an understanding of what is market survey, even before you go to the market survey legal practitioner. Let's go back to the basics and try and look at who is a market survey person for purposes of any profession, any vocation. And being market survey is having a strong understanding of the market, the area you're going to operate from, the things you're going to do. It doesn't matter whether you are in an NGO, whether you are in a department, whether you are in government, you have to understand the market, including the trends, the consumer behavior, assuming you are dealing with people who are dealing with products, and the competitive dynamics which are involved in that market. Then secondly, it involves being aware of the latest developments and shifts in the market. Remember, there are shifts in the market all the time. If you remember, during the pandemic, a lot of things have happened and a lot has changed just because of the pandemic. Between 2020 and 2024, there are things which have drastically changed. So, an understanding of the shifts in the market and using this knowledge to make informed decisions and to stay ahead of the competition. As lawyers, you're always trying to be competitive, but for me, the most important aspect is you have to be relevant. And to me, that is the most important thing for you young lawyers. How are you going to remain relevant in the next 20 years? I want you to write that down and pose that question. How will I remain relevant? And that will be a theme running through my presentation. Remaining relevant. Now, if one was to look at that as market survey, then we want to go into the legal practitioner. Remember, legal practitioner cuts across. We're talking about those people in the NGOs. We're talking about the activists. We're talking about civil society. We're talking about the lawyer who goes to court. We're talking about in-house counsel. And this is relevant. A market survey legal practitioner is a legal professional who possesses a deep understanding of the business and market dynamics of the client's industry. Remember, we are dealing with clients. It doesn't matter whether you are in-house, in Bank of Uganda, URA, URSB, whatever, a private company. Deep understanding of the business and market dynamics of the client's industry or the industry you are in. Two, they have a unique blend of legal expertise. Let's pause at that. A legal blend. Just look at it like you are going for a buffet and there's a menu. So you are required to have a blend which is unique to you for your relevance. Legal expertise, commercial acumen, and emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence has very many definitions, but it's about the social skills you have. Your behavior, your humility, your listening capacity, your empathy. Those are things which are important to remain a relevant market survey legal practitioner. Then they provide proactive, practical. See the P's which are coming? Proactive, practical, innovative legal solutions that meet the evolving needs of their clients. Those are the key things if you're going to be a market survey legal practitioner. And I just want to pause here a little bit and mention that for us who began practice between 1990 and 2000, we did get the opportunity you young lawyers are getting. This kind of transmission of experiences, of knowledge, of mistakes we have made, successes we have had. We never had this. But in this day and era, because of the CLE, which is now mandatory, for us in our times it was not mandatory. So you could only acquire the skills and the style depending on either your boss or your colleagues or the department you are in. So if you look at most of us, we have a bit of the mannerisms of our former bosses in the way we dress, the way we behave. So when you find somebody behaving in a particular manner, just ask about his starting point. It will point to a few things. And here I'm not trying to be derogatory, but I'm trying to show you that for you, you're getting a full blend. You're having a full blend and a unique blend of opportunities to get a mix, to get ingredients into your relevant personality as a market survey practitioner. So we move on and just have a few pictures there. A little bit of bias there. I haven't managed to get one window up there or any other practitioner. But all of you have had a chance. I thought about Young Lawyers and Suits, the series. Have all of you watched it? You know that guy? Is he called Harvey? Okay. Why did I put that one up? A market survey lawyer has to be smart, confident, looking sharp, looking knowledgeable. And I thought that would cut it. And I like the way young lawyers dress nowadays. You're always smart, and I compliment you on that. And that is part of being a market survey, competitive, relevant lawyer in these times. Don't think this thing of lawyers wanting to drive good cars began with you. It began a very long time ago. Nice shirts, nice suits, everything. It's part of the market survey. Don't be afraid about it. It doesn't matter whether they joke about it all the time about us. We don't have money, but we dress well. That's what they say about us. Am I right? Now, let's move on. You can see the lady. That composure. But let's go to the real aspects. Let's talk about the characteristics of a market survey practitioner. And there are many, but I'll try to cut to the chase, to the bone. One is always be focused on doing the fundamentals right. Doing the fundamentals right are the basics. You remember those basics you are taught to be a good lawyer, to be a good person? Those basics, please don't forget them. Good manners is a basic. But sometimes we become too arrogant. We become abusive in the language we use. Don't forget the basics, please. And I began with that because I believe in the basics. Anybody who has dealt with me knows that to me, the basics are very important. If you fail on the basics in my world, I don't believe, it doesn't matter how brilliant you are. If you have bad manners, let's talk about business acumen. Understanding the market trends comes back. Competitive landscapes, understand the competitive landscapes. Nowadays, when you apply for a job, a basic job like a front desk manager, you get 1,000 applications. How are you going to be relevant and competitive if you're going to apply for a job? The industry-specific challenges, that business acumen requires you to understand the industry-specific challenges. If you're dealing with a client is dealing with milk. They have particular challenges. You have to have an understanding of what matters relating to milk are. And so that at the end of the day, you are in a position to advise, support, and assist the client in whatever they need. or whatever the department needs. There's commercial awareness, the ability to think like the business owner. Does this make sense? You should be the person who thinks like the business owner. You're representing a company which is selling cars. You should have an understanding about manual, automatic, hybrid, electrical. You have to go and do a little bit of reading in that area if you're going to be the advisor. You're the in-house legal counsel and you don't have the basics about the business. So commercial awareness, not only the sections of the law and the regulations apply, but commercial awareness is very key. Think like the owner, considering legal implications in the context of the context of overall business strategy. We now have to sit into budgets. We have to sit in AGMs. We have to prepare the annual reports for an AGM of a public traded company. And you find yourself, you have to have an understanding of the financials, the P&L, profit and loss account. So you have to be more than just knowing the legal aspects of the business. You have to understand the profitability areas, the loss-making areas. In most cases, lawyers and the legal departments are considered as cost centers. Have you heard about that? All the time we are considered as cost centers. For the people who are working in organizations like National Water and Sewerage Corporation, BOU, URA, our colleagues tell us you're just a cost center. You don't bring in money. You don't create profitability. And that's what they mean. So you have to create that commerciality and commercial awareness in yourself so that then you can become relevant. Industry expertise, I think that rings a bell because it runs through. In-depth knowledge of the client's industry, including its dynamics, players, and the regulatory environment. That is where we come in. When it gets to the regulatory environment, that's when we play. That's when everybody should keep quiet and we talk. Because that is our area. That is our strength. You should be the person who in that industry can talk about the regulatory environment without having to look down. Let it be on your fingertips for purposes of guiding the clients, the organizations where you're working. Proactive approach, anticipating legal issues and opportunities rather than simply reacting to them. Lawyers have become risk managers. Am I right about that? You've heard that? We are expected to manage risk. Don't wait for the risk to arise. Then you become relevant. Become relevant in creating a shield, creating the dome, which stops the missile from landing, which is the risk. And that is very relevant to all of us. And that's a characteristic you have to develop if you're going to be a relevant market survey practitioner. Excellent communication skills. I think you all have read on social media about a judge in Kabale who has mentioned something about lawyers should be taken for an English module, either at LDC or at university. Because we are coming out and the way we communicate, the way we speak, the language we speak is a blend of our local mother tongue and the English language. If you're going to communicate in English, make an effort to communicate effectively, precisely, and in an understandable manner. Because sometimes I think we fall short of that, and I don't think we can run away from that because we have to communicate. Ability to distill complex legal concepts into clear, actionable advice. This business of because you're the lawyer and you use big bombastic words, which the audience will not understand, doesn't help. Simplify it. You're working in an organization where, as a lawyer, you have to talk to the trade union. You have to talk to the workers, the cleaners. They are striking. You, the lawyer, is being sent there to talk to them. Are you going to talk legalese? You're not going to talk legalese. You're required to come down to them and solve that problem and deal with that risk and take it away. What the clients want to hear from us, what the organizations we work for, they tell us, take it away. Have you heard that? The word is take it away. Take the problem away. That's what the clients want. The MD calls you and tells you, James, take that problem away. Okay? Emotional intelligence, you remember what I talked about, the basics. Social skills, building relationships with clients and the people who matter in the client. If you don't have the social skills to understand more than the law, you're rude, you just call and ask for your pay without even wishing the person happy birthday. It's the person's birthday. You just call it and say, good morning, Brownie. You haven't paid my fees. It's the person's birthday, or the person is bereaved a week ago, and you did not even send any message of condolence, and straight away you cut to the chase. My invoice has not been paid. There you are lacking a bit of emotional intelligence. So, social skills, strong network abilities. Establish relationships with the other professions, such as bankers, accountants, and consultants. For us, the litigators, half the time, we have to go to court and we have to take expert witnesses. And when we take expert witnesses, you have to descend into the arena of that expert. This is a ballistic expert. He's going to give evidence on the ballistic item. And you have no clue where the trigger is. So, you have to humble yourself and you first get educated by that expert. The expert educates you thoroughly so that then you become an expert yourself. So that when you are now leading him to give evidence, or you're trying to cross-examine that expert, you are in a position to talk with from a point of knowledge, and you don't embarrass yourself. So you have to develop the relationships and strong networks of those kinds of people. But the most important is the continuous learning. And that's what you're doing today. You're young, but you're still continuing to learn. And I want to compliment and thank all of you who are on this session today for continuous learning. Commitment to staying up to date with legal developments, market trends, and industry advancements. Wherever you are, whatever job you're doing, continuous learning, continuous understanding of that industry and the market trends. I can assure you, if you do that, you will not only remain relevant, you will become competitive, and you will become indispensable. Because in this day and age, indispensability is more important than talent. If you've heard that, you can even underline it. Okay? Create an indispensability scenario that everybody says we can't do without Mabel. We can't do without James. Okay? And these are characteristics. They don't teach you these things in law school. Am I right? But for us, we've been in the trenches for the last 32 years. So we are passing these things to you now so that then you'll also have the opportunity of passing these things to others. But we are giving you these tools now and today. When you're 25, when you're 30, when you're 32, so that at 52 you can retire. You can own yachts, you can own helicopters, which for us we have failed to do. Because maybe we were not given the opportunity. But for you, you have a chance. You actually have a chance of retiring at 55 and enjoying the good life. Going for cruises once every 2 years with your family, 5 days on a ship, Barcelona, Spain, Greece. These things are possible. Okay? I'm trying to incite you, I'm trying to inspire you so that you try to conceive and believe so that you can achieve. Okay? Let's move on. Now let's look at the essentials. The essentials is familiarity with technology and legal tech trends. You, the young lawyers of today, for us, maybe we can survive. Maybe we can get away with it. But for you, if I employ you, if I give you a job, and you are not tech savvy, you are in trouble. Because you are on the list for being fired. And the person who will be firing you might not even be tech savvy. Understood? The person might not even be tech savvy. But because you're not tech savvy, the person will fire you and tell you, you are not suitable for the job. And if you Google that word, you're not suitable for the job, I don't know what it will bring you as a definition. Because all I can see, it means if you're not tech savvy, you are incompetent. In the past, it would be you are illiterate. Lack of tech savvy skills is equivalent to the time in the 60s of being, 1960s of being illiterate. You did not go to school. That is your situation, young lawyers. So I want you to think about it seriously. Ability to adapt to changing legal landscape. You can see the landscape is changing. And I will show you examples of how it's changing. Strong analytical and problem-solving skills. Understanding data privacy and security. Compliance with the data protection and privacy laws is in your space. For us, when we were young, first year, Makerere University, staying in Lumumba, we went for parties. And we survived that there was no digital recording and WhatsApp. For you, you go for a party today and you misbehave or do anything odd. I can assure you, it will be in real time. Real time in America on how you are dancing at a party. Do you understand? So be careful about some of these things. Protect yourself. Then gumption and grit. Gumption and grit. Grit is all about the courage, perseverance. You can look up. There's a nice book called Grit. I've forgotten the title, but it's a must read by all of you. Look at that word grit and gumption. It has a lot of definitions. I won't go into them today because of time. Let's go into the evolution. How am I standing on time, Ron? The evolution of a practitioner, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I just wanted to lay a background before I go into the tools. You just have an understanding of where we are coming from. Yesterday's lawyer, the lawyer 30 years ago, James, coming out of LDC, 1991, 1992, beginning legal practice. All we were looking at was litigation, land transactions, family practice, probate and letters of administration, corporate and commercial work, and that meant registering companies. That was all. Filing annual returns and all other things which you do were not very, very common. That was yesterday. That was our bread and butter. If you had work in that area, you were a market survey practitioner. 1990s, 1980s. In the 1980s, most of the lawyers were handling traffic cases, accident cases, and insurance claims. And those are the examples I'm giving you. 1980s, 1990s, expropriated properties, and the expropriated property law, Indians recovering all their properties. If you are in that space today, you're okay. If you happen to have touched anything to do with expropriated properties and the court cases related thereto. In the 2000s, we went into privatization, constitutional matters started coming up. Privatization, divestiture of public entities, retrenchments and employment law started coming up seriously. And the benefits issues started coming up. Litigation in that area started coming up. And then go into the 2010s, you start the election petitions. I know lawyers who don't do anything. When the cycle for election petitions comes, he gets his 30 election petitions. Each one gives him how much? 30 million. I want you to work out the maths. What does that come to? 30 times 30? 900. Let's assume he gets 500 million. He pays off his rent for 3 years in advance, buys a new car, gives Madame a new car. New car, we mean the ones from the bond, not from Sifao. But rearranges himself in that 600 million during that cycle of 1.5 years, 2 years. And then he relaxes and waits for the next cycle. I'm talking real business. I'm talking about real lawyers and how they survive. Okay? So let's move on. Today the practitioner has an opportunity. You can see how the menu has expanded. You see the buffet menu, it has expanded. There's procurement, strategic litigation and rule of law matters, judicial reviews. Everybody has done a judicial review. Every client who walks into your office, the first thing you think about, judicial review. In fact, there was a time they wanted to open a high court division to deal with judicial review because there are too many. Employment, pension, data protection, and privacy, telecoms, extractives. Here you're talking about minerals and mining, human rights, banking, finance, tax, corporate and commercial, mergers, acquisitions, and intellectual property, international and regional law. Those matters relating to going to the East African Court of Justice and all those courts. Arbitration, all these things started picking up and becoming trendy. That is today. Let's go to tomorrow. Tomorrow's practitioner has to position themselves into those areas. Areas like artificial intelligence are coming up. I noticed that people nowadays do research and applications and everything on AI. The tools are too many. Recently, I woke up and I had a tool on my WhatsApp called Meter. It's very interesting. How it got there, I don't know whether it's my son who put it there for me, but I just found it there and I'm enjoying it. Okay? ESG. ESG, environmental, social, and governance matters. I want you to all go back and look at ESG. If you go for any conference now, common lawyers conference, International Bar Association, whatever conference, there will always be a topic on ESG. Mr. President, am I right? ESG is the thing. You have to have an understanding of ESG. Sports law and sports practice. It's here with us. Social media and online speech, healthcare, big pharma, pharmaceuticals, cryptocurrency and blockchain, data privacy and protection, space law and aviation. Just want to give you an example. The other day, my son was asking me whether he could bring in a drone during the Christmas period. I told him, my friend, do not even think about it. I don't want problems. Don't spoil my Christmas. And then I was forced to go to find out the law about drones. What is the legal framework for owning, operating, and bringing in a drone? And I was amazed. And I'm on a group of all Budonians. I'm a Budonian. About 100 of us, age 55, going to 60. And I shared the information with them. And everybody was like amazed about. So you have to have an understanding. These kids, you, the young lawyers, are going to have to take drones to do site visits. You're dealing with a big farm. You're not going to go and walk on the farm. Am I right? You're just going to hire a drone. Then the drone goes on that 500-acre piece of land and captures everything, and you come to court and you cross-examine the person who has been brought to claim that they have a chivanja of 10 acres. And you've used the AI to show exactly that there is no chivanja, there are no houses, and you play the recording on a drone to the judge. So this is where you people are going. For us, we had to deal with things differently. Trying to take the judge to the locus to inspect 500 acres. And you've driven 2 hours out of town. Bad roads. Who wants to do that? Simplify the matter. Hire a drone. Remember the experts we talked about? Automotives, family law, prenups. You people are signing prenups. Am I right? Am I touching a row now? Young people have been in my office, and young people, 32 years, are signing prenups. That's where the law is going. That's the tomorrow you people are going to be in. Competition law, the new law is out. Are you conversant? Have you read it cover to cover? Employment law, cyber security. Now, the changing landscape. I'm now beginning the descent. I think I'm good. Alternative legal service providers, the big four. When I talk about the big four, you understand what I'm saying? Those are the accounting companies. The PwCs, Deloitte and Touche, KPMG. Those guys are eating our bread. They're eating our dinner. So you have to be alive to that aspect. The big four. And then AI. All the technology-based alternatives. That is AI. It can generate an answer. It can generate everything you have been trained to do in law school at the click of a button of somebody's phone. How are you going to remain relevant? So we move on to outsourcing. I think you understand when I say outsourcing. Relationship-based. Instructions are given based on relationships. How clients choose a lawyer. Competence, service, the intangibles. Just wanted to talk about the intangibles just a little bit. The intangibles, those 4 intangibles. Things which the clients consider, which you are never taught about in law school, which are relevant for you to remain relevant and to remain a relevant market survey practitioner. Now let's go to the lawyer's toolbox. I think that is the real gist of what you wanted to hear, but I needed to give it some bit of background. Adapting to the unfolding landscape. I've talked about the landscape which is changing, but I just wanted to give you some more details there. Staying up to date on the law, regulations, embracing technology, the shifting legal paradigms and evolving societal values. There are things which are happening in the values in society, which require you to be very, very sensitive about them. Changing client needs and expectations, emerging areas of the law, globalization and cross-border legal issues, the impact of artificial intelligence, automation, legal work, evolving ethical considerations and professional responsibilities. Those things are evolving. They are no longer as per the regulations which you read in LDC. There are others which are now applicable to you, which are not written, but just evolving every day. Again, I'm still talking about the unfolding landscape. More there, but it's more the same with the previous slide. But I just wanted to make sure, since these slides will be given to you, so that you have the entire full menu of those particular items. Let's go to the tools. Legal research tools. You should be having legal research tools. Access to legal databases, case law, the statutes. Judgments are posted on the WhatsApp groups we belong to. And those WhatsApp groups have the judgments from the court. They pop up every day at a speed where you cannot even read all of them. So you have to create time either on a Sunday or on a Saturday or in the evening every day to make sure that you're up to date, the new laws which are being churned out. Management and organization tools, calendar, to-do lists, project management software. The market survey legal practitioner should have that kind of knowledge and that kind of tool in your toolbox. Communication tools, email, phone, video conferencing. You have to have virtual presence. You have to have virtual presence if you're going to remain relevant as a young lawyer and remain relevant for the next 20 years, which might be, because with the numbers, I'm only giving you 20 years. You have to make sure you make all the money, retirement, etc., etc. But don't steal, and don't become unethical, okay? But there are possibilities. Tech tools, we've talked about those. The tech tools are necessary. If you don't have technology, how will you file on Ekimis? How will you access URSB if you don't have the tech tools, the software, the apps? Okay? So maintain virtual presence. Marketing and business development tools. Social media, content marketing, client relationship management software. All these things are available. It's just a question of choosing what you feel will work best for you. Document management tools. The different Microsoft applications and systems which are available. Right now, Microsoft 365 is the most popular. You could go and get a little bit of information about some of these applications. What is interesting about them, they have free tutorials. Okay? I'm in dangerous waters. I'm not very good here, but Mr. President can always compliment. But they are free. One of the things which is amazing is that there are free tutorials on those things. Get time. Go and read about them. Excel, Word, all those things. They are being upgraded every other day. Be trendy, and financial management tools, billing, invoicing, and accounting software. Collaboration and productivity tools. Here I want to talk about time tracking. If you are a lawyer in this day and age, and you're going to practice tomorrow and today, you have to have an understanding of time tracking. It doesn't matter whether you are in a government department, whether you are in an organization. Go to somebody in private practice and they teach you how to time track. It's important because time tracking will give you your profitability, it will give you your productivity, it will give you your use of time. So those are some of the things. Collaboration and productivity tools, virtual meetings, Teams, all those things. Continuing legal education, that's what we are doing. Access to webinars and online courses. Client engagement tools, client portals, online scheduling, client feedback tools, data security and privacy tools, encryption. There are certain documents now you have to encrypt if you're going to send it out to make sure that it is secure. Password management and cyber security. These are all important tools which, as a lawyer of today, you have to acquire. And if you notice, all of them are going into the digital tech. Have you noticed that? All of them, 80% of those things, apart from these other things of trainings and knowledge acquisition, but 80% are into technology. So, my parting shots as I finish in the next 2-3 minutes. My parting shots are these. Technology has begun to transform social class. Do you agree with that statement? At least those of you who are in the room. It is transforming social class. Okay? It is transforming economic activity. It is transforming political discourse. You build a small little bridge in your village and constituency. A photograph is taken of it with you in a suit which might be 10 times the value of the bridge. And can you imagine? And that photograph goes viral. In unintended, what do you call it? Unintended consequences. So work life, technology, the limits of human activity, the things we can do because of technology. Technology is on the cusp of fundamentally reshaping professions. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is coming into our profession. Don't be deceived that it's a joke. take it seriously. You're a young lawyer. Some of us have survived. But for you, I think you really have to work hard to be tech savvy. Digital transition is here, and it is here to stay. Create a digital transformation agenda. As practitioners, we are also business people. Business is all about what problems you solve. I want to repeat that. Business is about what problems you are solving. Improve your competence beyond what you think is sufficient. If what you have today you think is sufficient, then understand that is insufficient and increase it. Think, practice profitability, responsibility, sustainability, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, young lawyers, ethics and professionalism. Ethics and professionalism is much better than the bank balance you have on your bank account. Be ethical, be professional. By combining legal expertise with market survey characteristics, and by adapting to the unfolding legal landscape, you will provide better services, stay ahead of the competition, and make a positive impact in the ever-changing legal environment you're going to live in for the very many years to come. And I hope you enjoy the profession. Thank you very much for paying attention to my presentation. Thank you very much.
As always, Senior Counsel does not disappoint. Can we give him another round of applause? As Senior Counsel from online, we have people saying the presentation was very powerful, very insightful, and forward-looking. So you're not too old. You're a young lawyer. So we're going to have Q&A. Are there any questions from the audience? People, you're in the presence of greatness. Use it wisely. Online questions? No questions yet? Any members in the audience? One last. Okay, we have one question. Introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning. My name is Joshua Mazima. To our dear list, I would want to inquire from you that while the legal practitioners are equipping themselves with all these different innovations, you've talked about the prenuptial agreement. We've seen in our legal framework, these contracts are not enforceable here. I think we have a decision by Justice Musa Sekana where he tries to interpret and have this kind of conversation. Even with the drawn information that you may capture, how is the judiciary and all these other avenues also prepared to get on board with this kind of information, if gathered?
Thank you very much. What is happening is, have you noticed that the judiciary is also always undergoing trainings? They're always undergoing all these upgrades. If you notice recently, Uganda Revenue Authority, no pun intended, was training judges about the new things which are coming up. So there's what is called persuasive. You remember those decisions which are persuasive? I can assure you they are slowly into the persuasive mode. Very soon, they are going to become legal and enforceable. And even if they are not, we have judges who are, we use the word progressive, we have progressive judges. They are beginning to interrogate some of these matters. And they are using decisions from other jurisdictions to justify some of these things, which are not yet legislated or properly catered for by our laws. But I can assure you, just get ready. It's coming. Better ready than not being ready. That would be my off-the-cuff answer to your question. Were they two questions or it was the same? It was okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Counsel. Mine has to do with the criminal justice system. A little bit of the experience I've had is that the criminal justice system has very serious challenges. And in most cases, it feels like the lawyer, say defense lawyer, most times don't seem to have much of the power. Unlike, of course, the civil cases where, you could find ways of being in charge. In criminal cases, most times you are not exactly in charge. There are cases of bureaucracy, there are cases of corruption, and a lot of waiting is involved. Then at the same time, you have a client who is really impatient and they want to have justice, and they are right to feel that way. So I thought that probably if you could also speak into the criminal justice system, the way it is, and how we could navigate some of those challenges. Thank you.
Yes, the challenges we have as a society and as a country, and the deficiencies which we have, are beginning to bite. And it's inevitable that we have to be innovative. You remember what we said, being innovative and creative? My recommendation would be that as a lawyer, you have to be proactive, but ethically. For me, that's the style I use. Even if it's a matter which is delaying, it's an appeal, sometimes you can interrogate the areas where you can make sure that the matter can be resolved much faster. I'm not I haven't done a lot of criminal practice, I'll be honest with you. I did it a long time ago. So I'm not very sure I can really give you an answer. The answers I have, I would talk to you one-on-one. Yeah, thank you. I wouldn't say them here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. Mine is on, oftentimes we normally read reports from a World Economic Forum saying that all those jobs that tend to be repetitive are likely to be displaced by robotics, and we are not exceptional. Maybe in a legal arena, maybe you find that when you are applying for bail, there are those things that those locus class, those major cases that you have to cite for judges to get away bail. So my question would be that are we prepared maybe for that time when, because there are some things that are repetitive in illegal arena. So what will happen when that time comes and the robotics are doing all those jobs that look to be repetitive a bit in the legal sector?
Thank you very much. There are two brothers who wrote a book, The Future of the Profession. And they were trying to interrogate technology and this AI and what you're talking about, the robotics, taking over the professions. And that book was written about 15 years ago. It's called The Future of the Professions. The two brothers are Susskind. They are the ones who wrote. If you can get that book, it will tell you that people said that the legal profession will be no more. About 15 years ago. And we are still here. What you need to do, you remember what we said, looking at the landscape? Okay? Look at the landscape. Position yourself and understand where you can be relevant. And become the smartest, best person, or among the smartest, best persons in that area. The moment you do that, be knowledgeable in that area, that even me as a senior counsel, when I need a particular guidance or a person to help me, who do I think about? Think about you. Don't think about the robotics. Don't think about the robots. Think about yourself and remaining relevant. Sometimes we focus on the earth is going to fall down. Remember in millennium, we were all concentrating on the world coming to an end. How many years later? It's still here. So concentrate on the now and a little bit have a peek into the future and remain relevant wherever you are.
All right. Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. I don't think there are any other questions. Let me check online. Okay. There's one interesting one, is to please share your most memorable experience as a young lawyer.
There are very many, and I'm just trying to get one which will make you laugh a bit. Let me talk about my first employer, Mr. Peter Mulira, Senior Counsel. He had a beautiful, nice sports car. It was a Toyota Celica. And it was nice. It was good. And he gave me an opportunity to buy it when I was still a very young lawyer. And he gave me my first carpet in my house. And he gave me some furniture. The wife gave me some furniture. Why am I talking about some of these things? Give other people an opportunity, so that then when they become up there, the opportunity I've got is to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. People are requesting for the slides. I think Uganda Law Society will be able to share them. Before you leave, we'd love to have a photo moment with you. So you can have with President, CEO, and then members here. Members, please, all of us. Very shy. Yes. Thank you. We can be able to take a breakfast as we wait for the next speaker. So welcome back everyone from the tea break. I hope you are full. As we get into the next session, I would like to invite our next speaker, Miss Atochon Peace from the Law Council Disciplinary Committee. She's a senior state attorney at the Law Council, and in this capacity, she's representing the Secretary, Law Council. She is in the Committee for Legal Education and Training. She has worked in Uganda Law Society, UN Human Rights, and FIDA. She comes with a wealth of experience and is eager to present to you on the straight and narrow, towing the ethical line in practice. With that, please give her a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I was the one who missed breakfast or you're the ones who missed the break tea, but I need some more energy. Good morning. Oh, yes, I like that. So, thank you so much for introducing me, Brownie. I had to ask, is it like that brownie we find in those nice drinks we normally go to take sometimes when we need a break? And she smiled. So it's my utmost pleasure to be here today to share something on ethics. I have gone through, I've had a number of experiences in different fields in the legal profession. And I hope what I'm going to share today is going to enlighten you in a way. But it's not something new. I am a Christian, and the Bible says that there is nothing new in this world. Everything you see has been tried somewhere, somehow. So I'm just going to add a little bit of pieces on what you have practically learned through your school. I was informed that I'll be talking to young advocates, those who are starting the journey. I hope this will be helpful. So this presentation on the way it came in the letter was a bit interesting. So straight and narrow, towing the ethical line in practice. When you leave school, you go away with a package. So much theory, so much energy to go out there and release what you already know. But eventually you realize that practice is about facts. How to deal with the daily issues that you encounter. And that is where the aspect of ethics comes into play. It is one thing to, am I standing right? I asked for serious orientation to use this come and help me, okay? Because I'm a teacher also on the other side of life, a homeschooler, so you have to learn how to teach. It is one thing to have the theoretical bit of it, but it's another thing to learn, or to get wisdom on how to go through life as a legal practitioner. And so when I was giving this topic over here, I looked up several write-ups, but this one caught my attention. Legal ethics and professionalism. These are at the core of legal practice, and advocates must know the requirements of the profession. After you have grabbed that law, after you have received that degree, after you have received that certificate, then you have to go back. It's like a process of chewing the cud. You have to go back and understand in detail what is required of you as an advocate. In addition, being an ethical and professional advocate is more than following the rules. Yes, there are laws. We have the Advocates Act in place. But it is more than that. The ethical path of a lawyer, the ethical path they choose, defines their career and identity. Much as they know that there is a university somewhere that produces a certain type of lawyers, what is going to separate you from the majority is the ethical practices. And so the issues I raised were, what does ethics in legal practice entail? And how can an advocate navigate the straight and narrow path, toe through that ethical line in practice? It is not as obvious as it sounds. At this point, I feel like sharing a little bit of my story. But of course, the laws that I looked at are the general ones, the Constitution of this country, the Advocates Act, and the regulations on conduct that pertains to advocates. And so this definition here caught my eye. Ethics is a branch of philosophy that deals with right and wrong. As an advocate, you will be faced on a daily basis with a decision-making, opportunity to choose right and wrong. I feel like going deeper when it comes to the aspect of right. At this point, you need to distinguish between good and right. Good is not right. Some things are going to present themselves as good things, but are they the right thing to do? That is where you need to use your ethical knife. It is a system of principles and rules of conduct recognized and accepted by a specific group or culture. So you realize that the areas that are covered by ethical standards include independence, honesty, and integrity. I once had an opportunity to act as the Solicitor General when I had just joined the Ministry of Justice. I was seated at the regional office in Gulu one afternoon. I was given full authority to operate as the head. And lo and behold, here come two gentlemen, smartly dressed, and they had a hectic briefcase with them. They presented a very convincing, report. They had gathered information concerning a certain community in Gulu and how they were going to do great construction for people who cannot afford housing and all that. But in all that sweet and lovely talk, there was a proposal. When they told me that proposal, I almost ended the legal career there. At that point, I was independent. There was no one who is going to, get into my business. I could have struck that deal with those two gentlemen and no one would ever know. I remember the story that was once told by one of our senior advocates in town when he served as the advocate of Shell. Shell is a huge business. And there was a time when they were losing over 100 million on a daily basis. And it's only the lawyer and the accountant who knew about it. They could have chosen to flow with life and shut up and just roll with it like that. Independence, honesty, integrity. There are certain things you will never find in a classroom. You will have to face it in the practical arena. And so the lawyer and client relationship in particular, the duties owed by the lawyer is to his or her client. We'll get into the detail of all this. So the relationship of ethics and law is the moral conscience. Moral conscience is a precursor to the development of legal rules for social order. From that man of wisdom. Ethics has been described as beginning where the law ends Aaron mentioned that once you have received your certificate and you have done those 40 plus laws, then you're going to start a journey of sieving through life. And the goal of creating and maintaining social good work is hinged on ethics. It is a subject that is rarely talked about, but when it comes to the practical aspects, it can actually be challenging. So, what are the ethical conflicts and dilemmas? Usually, the opportunity to unleash your knowledge or get into the practicalities of ethics usually comes at a time of crossroads. Ethical dilemmas arise when there are equally compelling reasons both for and against a particular course of action, and a decision must be made. As a lawyer, just like me, who was seated in that Gulu office on a hot day, very pregnant, with dry lips, you will have to choose whether to build your career or carry that 200 million in that bag. That is it. It is a good thing for people to get into low-cost housing, and Gulu is recovering from the war. Why not? But then the land in question is of a widow who is being denied her rights as a wife, who dedicated herself for 25 years in a marriage and has been thrown out. You could just bypass it and say, but this widow here, why can't she just strike a deal with these people and go and buy land? After all, Gulu has vast land. Some people refuse to go back to their homes. They settled in town. There are other opportunities. Crossroads. Crossroads. However much law you have studied, intellectual property, intellectual what, this and that, it is at the crossroads that the issue of ethics is going to arise. It is a dilemma because there is a conflict between choices. More like, should I steal to feed my family? Life is real. Every single day, I am faced with the opportunity to go back with an extra as someone who is sitting in a government office. Oh yes, every single day. And that is when the ethical bell rings. How are you going to handle your dilemma? My role this morning is just to shed that light in that aspect. So as we look at the importance of legal ethics and professional responsibility, we know that legal ethics provide a comprehensive framework for lawyers to maintain professionalism, integrity, and competence. Some of these things look obvious. I like to mix it with the little stories that come along the way. Integrity requires honesty and transparency. As a young lawyer, are you already thinking about your legacy, the legacy you want to leave? The building blocks are right here. Integrity, honesty. Yesterday I had an opportunity to tell a white lie, this one, which is like an angel. And no one will even know. It was just about telling the truth about a document. Where is this document? Did you have an extra file? I could have done something to come up with an extra file for that particular meeting and show up there like, yeah, I had it all along. But I told myself, little as this thing seems to be, I'm going to get onto my feet, walk to the Secretary Law Council's office, and declare. There was no extra file. I needed to do it already, but I did not. Legal ethics provide a comprehensive framework for lawyers to maintain professionalism, integrity, and competence. There are always rules. There are always guidelines. But the meeting point is when you choose to make the right decision when you are in a dilemma. And those situations will come, even right after here, they will come. You know something? When you are armed with knowledge, when you are armed, with skill, there will always be that situation where you need to pass the test. And this that has been organized by the Uganda Law Society is to alert you or to cause you to remember these key building blocks. Integrity. While competence demands continuous learning to navigate evolving legal landscapes, lawyers also have a duty to maintain client confidentiality and avoid conflicts of interest. Basically, my presentation is here. Legal ethics and professional responsibility. You will be required to play your role. And how is that? The essential duty of preserving justice, safeguarding rights, and upholding the rule of law. These are big words. This is a very summarized statement. But your decision to make ethical decisions or to take that stand and uphold your professional side will assist in safeguarding the rights and upholding the rule of law. That doesn't come easily, I repeat. The responsibility is to guide their conduct and decision-making processes, ensuring that you advocates serve your clients' interests while upholding the broader principles of justice and fairness. These principles are embedded in our Constitution, but it is up to you to take it up as a young advocate and put it into practice. Right now, we are going through a hectic exercise of mediation. But then this is the law counsel. There is also that aspect of reprimanding or correcting that lawyer. How do you strike that balance in there? Are you going to tell this gentleman to just withdraw the case and the lawyer goes scot-free? It is technical. Professional responsibility in the legal field extends beyond individual actions. It encompasses a collective duty to foster public confidence in the legal system, promoting transparency and fairness. Today, we face a very big challenge as the legal profession. Not so long ago, I was preparing for this very mediation session that is currently taking place. And of course, as a responsible attorney, I was supposed to call the clients and talk to them before we head into the mediation session. And lo and behold, a lady walked to the office and said, I am not going to be part of that mediation session because I have my reasons. I accepted in the first place simply because I was under duress. Now let me sit down and explain to you. But her opening statement was a little story about her grandparent. She told me how one of her siblings had decided to do law when he was getting into the university. And after getting the admission, when he took it to the grandparent, who was at the time taking responsibility over that household, the grandparent received it and said, thank you. Then she tore that certificate in pieces. She said, none of my generations will be a lawyer. How does the community view us? The antidote to all these issues that are rising right now in the community is literally ethics. We have to take responsibility. maintenance of social trust, and the pursuit of justice. You will have to live an ethical journey as a responsibility, not just as an option when you are in a dilemma. So legal ethics is basically about professionalism, which also involves treating all parties involved in legal matters with fairness and courtesy, fostering an atmosphere of trust and cooperation. Me, I told you, I'll tell you my stories. Yesterday, I had a test presented to me concerning fostering an atmosphere of trust and cooperation, and also concerning courtesy. As you all know, this is the time when auditors are flocking the offices of government. And it was our opportunity now to present how well we have spent the money. There I was. They asked me a few questions and I was just about to hit the table. And I remembered that the person who holds the red pen is my boss and not me. I had to quickly apologize because it was all clear that my attitude was red. I was raging because I thought I was right. But as an advocate, you are going to remember that you must be courteous at all times. I like the way the chief registrar puts it all the time. Allow to lose honorably. I'm going to have to live with that thing of repenting as many times as possible, because that is my responsibility. I must be ethical. Integrity. This is another crucial dimension of legal ethics. Lawyers are expected to be honest, truthful, and transparent in their dealings with clients, colleagues, and the court. They must avoid any form of deceit, fraud, or misrepresentation. When you are going to be faced with those opportunities, there will always be an excuse to make. This whole thing of misrepresentation is just creating excuses. All these actions can undermine the credibility of the legal system. There are very few people who have gone through the legal system that come back to it. From my experience, very few. I'll quickly go into the aspect of competence. How well do you know your case? How well do you know it? What is your duty to your clients? It is about the best interests of your client at all times. Many times we are quickly swayed into the profitable side of things, but today we are reminded that it is about the best interest of the clients, because it is a duty we owe as advocates. Above all, the duty to court and the community. The community is watching day by day. You may not know, but they are watching. So, the thing that is going to cut you out as a different lawyer, as the one that observes confidentiality, as the one that goes into matters of integrity at all times, as the one that refuses to bend into issues to do with conflicts of interest, is the one that chooses the path of ethics. I know of very many brilliant lawyers in town who are missing the mark. How do I know? I have over 800 files I'm in charge of at the disciplinary committee. And it is so saddening to see that trend of events. So quickly, I'll go into the challenges and the contemporary issues. We have platforms and advocates where we can actually address our issues with honor. Isn't this the noble profession? Oh yes, it is. But you're going to realize that some of the things that are eating up, there are so many, but I just picked out a few. Some of the things that are eating up the ethical side or the ethical direction of practice is digital technology. Someone quickly wants to apply for a loan and ask you to draft a document and send it to me on WhatsApp. Then the next day you're angry. And then you put it on your social on your status on WhatsApp. What has happened to the ethical issues? Globalization. The jurisdiction has extended. You can sit down in your house and watch what is happening in the US, wherever it is happening. It is no longer a closed-in society. But the Advocates Act has remained the same. How do you go about talking about issues of sovereignty if you're a constitutional lawyer? Do you just jump up and throw it there in the internet? Do you think for once that your issues are going to be discussed and you know it could actually affect your whole country? COVID affected the people of China more than anyone else, but we didn't know the magnitude of it all because they had protective measures on how to share the information. So the proliferation of digital technology has altered the mode of interaction between legal practitioners and their clients. These days we send sensitive documents just on the phone. And then you give the phone in the evening if you're a mother like me, and the little child is there tapping the things. There's no control on your WhatsApp, nothing. Before you know it, it's a whole discussion in the village. Children these days are smart. Ethics. It is a straight and narrow path. But somehow you have to find your way in there and still go back to the principles of confidentiality, integrity, honesty. Evolving societal norms continually reshape the expectations and perceptions of the public. We once went for inspection of chambers. We just concluded that hectic exercise. I always dread it. But this time round, I was with the Secretary Law Council, the former, and then I was with Professor Sempebwa. We entered into a law firm of a young advocate, fresh. But as you know, there are people who have seen the world. And Professor was dressed in very simple casual clothes, basic moccasins, and there we were, the treatment we got in that law firm. Someone told Professor, the whole Professor Sempewa, after him introducing himself, "You man, can you go the other side?" I once did a test. I decided to just dress up in a certain way and walk into law firms. There are certain firms that would have missed billions just because of the way they treated me. You do not know who is walking into your doors. The society has reshaped norms. And so, do not fall into that trap of stepping out of the ethical bounds. I'm concluding. I will still re-echo these points. Confidentiality. Do not be trapped by discussing these issues concerning your clients, concerning justice out there. Always remember that it is a duty. Uphold honesty at all times and avoid conflicts of interest. So, one of the things that is going to keep you running and doing what you need to do is striking the balance between the educational and regulatory framework. We always receive applications from very many advocates concerning continuous legal education. Continuous legal education and the stringent regulatory frameworks are indispensable in ensuring that legal practitioners remain updated on ethical guidelines. Now, these guidelines, these rules are not static because the law is not static, it's dynamic. That is why there is a whole regulation concerning continuous legal education. But there was a year when we had over 2,000 advocates scoring 0. And so we had to go into the meeting, the Committee of Legal Education and Training, sit down and think of how the advocates that failed to acquire the 20 points, which is a requirement under the law, every year, at least every advocate must be able to attain those points, not just for getting the PC, not just for getting the practicing certificate. The whole point is for you to go and be equipped with what is trending, what is new, what can keep you moving. While I went to school, things to do with cyber law were not a big deal. But today, those are the issues. And how well are you going to get abreast with them if you do not attend such events that are organized for that? So by staying abreast with these changes to provide competent, ethical, and responsible services, you will be towing that ethical line. You will be, gliding through and taking the right decision. These stringent regulatory frameworks, they are simply to provide an environment where professional conduct and ethics are not merely encouraged, but mandated. I'm not here to encourage you. I'm here to tell you there is a silent code that should be at your heartbeat as a professional in the legal field. Because these frameworks provide a platform for resolution of ethical dilemmas and disputes. Lawyers have ever taken other lawyers to the law council. Let's use platforms that are meant to be fairness, transparency, and trust in the legal profession will always be at the hem of your practice and should always be that way. So as advocates, as attorneys, some of you may choose to join the practice where I fall, must adopt to navigate these challenges while upholding the timeless ideas of integrity, confidentiality, and loyalty to clients, regardless of where you are playing this game. That is the only way we can adapt these ethical standards. We are privileged to be in a profession that is not orphaned. The legal profession has got mentors. If you're struggling, I'll add a little bit, which I did not place there, is that if you're struggling to navigate through a situation, share with someone that is above you, someone that has gone through the experience. Don't eat it up by yourself. Sometimes you need an accountability partner to thrive in this ethical journey. Share it with someone. Yesterday, when I was caught up with that situation, I poured my heart to my team leader. I'm not the team leader, but I did, and it helped me. She told me, look, just calm down. The secretary has the right to ask you whatever questions. So calm down. Compose yourself and go back and answer the questions. As legal practitioners, embrace evolving ethical considerations. This will play a pivotal role in safeguarding you and making you that standout professional. Thank you for listening.
Can you give her another round of applause? Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for our distinguished speaker? You have no ethical dilemmas. You have one? All right.
My name is Francis Biarahanga. I'm a student who will be soon graduating from UCU School of Law. The question I have is, are there circumstances where it is costly to do the ethical thing or to do what is ethically and legally right? Is there a price to pay for you to protect your moral integrity? And if yes, does it pay off in the long run? Because I also understand that taking shortcuts is also not a shortcut. It can actually ruin your career. Thank you.
We can have the next question so that you answer both at once.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Joseph Savume. I'm a practicing advocate. My question is related to the issue of conflict of interest. Could you please share more light on the issue of conflict of interest with regards family transactions or family, how do I say it? Like you have a relative who has certain legal problems, and as a lawyer, you're supposed to keep those things confidential. But at the same time, there are certain family members who ask you to disclose. In such a case, are you better off staying away from such transactions and letting the relative deal with their own problems? Because again, if you do that, there's the issue of he did not help our son. How do you navigate the issue of conflict of interest in family-related legal problems? Thank you so much.
So I'll start with the first one, of course, the issue of taking the risk. Are you listening to me? That Councillor James? Francis, sorry. Taking the risk. I ended this sharing or lecture with two major issues: the law, principles, and guidelines. The thing that is always, even if you are faced with whatever dilemma, let your decision be guided by the law. It will pay off in the long run. Why do I say this? I happen to be someone who sits on the contracts committee of the Ministry of Justice. And there is a procurement, there are procurement laws. But I can assure you, there is no single moment I have made a decision on procurement and there is that temptation of taking the shortcut. I must admit, one time, instead of going through the normal bidding, it was decided that let's do a direct procurement. But that was crazy. That was a crazy decision. Regardless of whether the money was going to hit Bank of Uganda or it was going to go back into the system, whatever, we had to make a conscious decision and rather go back and request for that money to be held until the project is done. But we had the opportunity to bend the rules. But I can assure you today it has paid off. I wouldn't be standing here lecturing today. It ended up being a heated up discussion. Really heated up. Because there was a change of leadership. The former chairperson left. All of a sudden, we had a new attorney general. The president wakes up in the morning, he does his reshuffle, he doesn't consult you. And that issue is hanging in your head. Oh my God, they're going to unearth it. Oh my God, they're going to unearth it. Taking that risk and saying, I'm not going to enter into things I don't understand, and the principles that are in place are going to be my guide, will pay off in the long run. I'm a personal testimony. So that takes me to the second issue. The grand norm or the basic rule is that do not treat yourself if you're the doctor. If you're a doctor, you need another doctor. If you are a lawyer, you need another lawyer. As a side business, I opted to just try certain business on the side and deal in blocks. Somewhere in my village, far away those ends. And lo and behold, we had an issue with another company. And we had to go to court because we tried all possible means to resolve the matter amicably and it did not work. And I was supposed to be the lawyer because I am a lawyer anyway. They said, but this thing is easy. You're already a lawyer. Just bang it. I said, no, we are going to have to get legal services. I will have to go through the pain of paying another lawyer and being obedient and listening to whatever they say without intermeddling with his case. It has paid off. Get out of the business of handling your family matters. Get someone else to do it. They will deal with the disclosure without you being tainted. They will deal with what they need to resolve without you being involved. You will simply be a beneficiary. Because once you mix yourself into the issues of the law and being part of the case, you will be caught up. So the earlier you decide to get out of the dilemma, the better. You, from the beginning, just set your rules straight. You're not going to intermeddle and be the family lawyer. That's it. Because when they want information, you will have to disclose it. And then you look like the black frog in the water. For me, it's about setting boundaries. If you're a family member, you're a family member. If you are an advocate, you're an advocate. That's how it works for me. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Natalie. My question goes in respect to confidentiality. How are you approaching the issue of advocates who are, breaching this rule and maybe posting their clients' information on their statuses or on X? How exactly are you approaching this as law counsel?
Thank you, Natalie. You see, regulation has evolved. From when the laws were drafted at the beginning, of course, of our journey as a young nation, from the colonial times, it was more of punish, punish, punish. But now regulation is more of correctional. How do we approach this? First and foremost, we engage in the preventive action by teaching young advocates not to engage in such activities. But now, your question is more of it has happened. It is past tense. When we come across such a person, a file is opened against them at the law council and they go through the disciplinary committee. Believe it or not, if someone goes through that disciplinary committee, sometimes it may take a long time, it may take a short time, but when they are reprimanded, they wouldn't want to go through it. And then we encourage the public also to report. If you know someone is going through that kind of thing, open up, let us know, because we may not be there to see what is going on out there. But it is not proper to breach this principle. And so those are the basic measures that we have according to the law. Try and work on the preventive, but if things have gone south, bring the person to book and deal with it. So that's how it works. Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Samson Malisa. I happen to be a reverend as well as soon to be an advocate. So my question, first of all, I would love to appreciate your presentation. And I totally believe in professional ethics, especially for us as lawyers. The question I have is basically, not that I subscribe to this notion, but I'm bringing it up for purposes of discussion. So we have what we call the shark lawyers. And for them, they do anything to win. And unfortunately, the greater majority of people who are looking for lawyers, especially if their cases are not so good, will always look out for those kinds of lawyers. And over time, they gain a reputation of being the lawyer who wins at every cost. And it actually also reminds me of one of the theological questions in the Bible. Why do the righteous prosper? So you look at this shark lawyer, he's doing all the wrong things. But all these years, they have never been caught. They have actually succeeded in whatever they have done. They have ended up with a lot of properties here and there. And I know that for most young lawyers, they have examples of that kind. But then on the other hand, you are saying it is important that we stick with the professional ethics. I really thought maybe we needed to speak into that as well. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Council Samson and Reverend, you're just like me. I also do the same work. I'm also a pastor at Worship Harvest Ministries. So this is amazing. Shark lawyers. Now this is a cancer. With the churning out of thousands of advocates year in, year out, whether you like it or not. First of all, there was this whole thing of pre-entry examinations. Pre-entry examinations were set up to distinguish those who are ready to go, those who are ready to join the bar, and create some kind of standard. But somehow, other factors, political, economic, kind of defeated it, so they have put it on a pause. And now you find that because of that arrangement, there were so many advocates, not really advocates, but so many lawyers who knew what to do, but they did not have the paper. Just like a hospital. If you can get some and take to the hospital for treatment, do it. We have a number of cases that we're dealing with at the Law Council. And one or two of them at least have been imprisoned. But it is a technical process. It involves prison, it involves police. What I can actually say is that we just have to work together. As advocates, if you can expose these people, if you know them, bring them to book. About a month ago, somebody was arrested and taken to jail. It is a very, very embarrassing experience. The Law Council will do what it can do, but it cannot go out there and fish out everybody who is in the practice of going out there like a shark. So for me, it's a collective effort. Instead of massaging this thing and keeping quiet about it, we have to expose it. But the mechanisms are there in the Law Council to deal with such people. They are actually reprimanded and dealt with. At least I've experienced some. That's why I'm speaking with authority. Usually what happens is, once a case like this is brought up, it is investigated, police is involved. Actually, right now, the leadership has even gone ahead to make sure that there are special desks at police that can help to work together with Law Council. And they do a good job. You know, investigating cases is crazy in this Uganda sometimes, but improvements have been made. I remember there was an experience where we went, inspected a law firm, well set up on Bombo Road. It was in a shopping mall. And the next day there was nothing. Someone came and reported an incident that happened there. We rushed there and trust me, it was a boutique. Boutique. I could not believe it. I was like, am I dreaming or what? It took very many years, but eventually the gentleman was apprehended. And unfortunately, most of those people who participated in that crazy transaction passed away. 2 passed away in prison, and 1 passed away in an accident while trying to evade arrest. So it is a struggle. I can't say that we are perfect, but at least some effort is being made. At least a month ago, I was there when they arrested someone of that caliber. Yes. Looks like we are good with the questions. Okay.
There's one more question online. In the goal to foster ethics and integrity, this is from Kidudu Brenda. How does the Law Council plan to speed up the enrollment procedure? As a young lawyer, wouldn't it be of advantage to Law Council to have this process streamlined to ensure young lawyers have the requisite paper so that they are not holding out in court?
Thank you very much. That is a very good question. Over time, there have been so many concerns raised concerning enrollment. Now, the Law Council, the way it operates, it does not have permanent members that sit at the department. Most of the members of the Law Council, actually all the members of the Law Council, have other duties they attend to in different offices. They are judges, director, Law Development Center, and all those things. So they only come to the Law Council once in a while. But what is being done to streamline this process, to make it easier and deal with the backlog? Because one, the legal profession, the legal education was privatized. We did, and yet the current facilities, the current establishments were only meant to cater for about 300 to 400 lawyers graduating at a time. So you can imagine. So what is taking place right now is they're amending the Advocates Act, at least to create room for members that will be available to handle this particular work. The Ministry of Justice has gone ahead to recruit more staff that can help with the verification process. Every month we receive more than 1,500 applications, even if you're God or whatever you call yourself. It is difficult to read through all those applications. And of course, to go ahead and engage, the Committee on Legal Education and Training is beginning programs at interactions with students while they are still at the university to guide them on some of these processes. Those days, we only used to go for inspection of the universities, interact with the school authorities, faculty and all that, but now they have added extra days to have interactions with the students. Actually, most of the recent applications passed through without any problem. And then also, the advocates themselves, the applicants have to do something. Someone outrightly quotes a wrong law. This is your personal application. You've not read. There are people who have actually even Xeroxed the name because it is a copy and paste. My name is Ida and this is a gentleman's application. How do you pass such a student? And then we have set up a desk, a follow-up desk. There is a particular person that sits down and combs through those files, follows up. Those days, it used to be the secretary dealing with everything. There were fewer applications, but now every state attorney is assigned files and you have to follow up the applicants. If there are mistakes on that particular person's application, they are called up and it's kind of easing the process. It's kind of easing the process. And right now, we work together. It is a whole chain. Uganda Law Society working together with the Law Council and the judiciary. There used to be one enrollment exercise, but every month, I am the same person who always goes there for enrollment. Every month there is an enrollment activity taking place at the High Court. It is not yet perfect, but a lot is going on, and who knows, in the future, maybe the enrollment will be concurrently handled with the graduation as things improve. It takes a lot to be put in place, but something is working in that direction. I hope I have helped, but if you know people who are stuck, there's always someone to answer the questions there at Law Council. Yes.
In the interest of time, I think we are done. Let us give a round of applause. We are not accepting any more questions. Sorry about that. Let us give a round of applause to our speaker.
But I'm available. You can ask me. Okay.
Yes, she's available. As she's leaving, you can please go and talk to her. Thank you so much, Madame Atochon, for coming. We are humbled and grateful that you honored our invite to come. Can we have one picture? Then she may leave, so you can sit there. Chair, young lawyers, what is your job? To take pictures. Other members, please. Members, please. Let's have one more picture, then we'll have the next panelist. So the next discussion is going to be Reflection so far, peer mentorship. It's going to be moderated by Edwin Mugumia. Can we clap for him?
Thank you, Brownie. Good morning, everyone. Is it still good morning? Yeah, it is. I hope you're all well. Pleased to see all of you. As introduced, although briefly, my name is Edwin Mugumia. I'm an associate at Katende Sempebu and Company Advocates. And today I have the privilege to moderate a very important panel to discuss the reflections so far when it comes to peer mentorship. I also want to take the opportunity to welcome, the members who are present physically and also our online audience. Thank you for taking off the time to come for this session. This being a young lawyers event, there are those issues that normally follow young lawyers. And I understand even some of you as you're logged in or in physical attendance, probably senior counsel keeps calling and asking whether you have filed that thing. And if you're unlucky, probably asking whether there was some balance or change left on the money that you are given to file some documents. So to make it for this session, I think it is something that deserves to be appreciated. Mentorship isn't a new concept, I do want to believe, especially for young professionals. But most often we look, most often someone, especially if you're starting out in your career, you need someone, preferably someone that is, more experienced than you, who has been there and seen it all, has walked where you intend to walk, to hold your hand and show you the way as a mentor and you as a mentee. But previously we concentrated more on vertical mentorship, where this is a certain judge of the High Court or a senior lawyer in practice mentoring this person that has just left law school or LDC and starting out as a career professional. And there are, of course, questions on whether this is exactly effective. And there are also other beliefs on things like preferably someone who is at LDC is probably in a better position to mentor someone who is at law school because they have recent experiences and are in a much better position to advise on things which are recent. So today's discussion will focus on peer mentorship. We also call it horizontal mentorship, and it can also be known as peer-to-peer, where you know it is people in the same bracket or at the same level that are mentoring each other. And this can be, you know, in school. It can be at a workplace. I have seen memes on social media, someone at, you know, workplace, and you're seeing every other person is busy, but for you, for some reason, you don't know what is keeping them busy. You don't have work, and you're asking, where are you guys getting all the work? Where are you getting what to do? And that would also beg the question, would it therefore be important for a work colleague to mentor you, for someone to light your candle and to show you how they are doing it, even when they are not exactly way above you in terms of qualifications or in terms of age and experience. So to discuss and demystify peer mentorship, we have a panel, I believe a competent one, that is going to be taking us through entertaining questions and also breaking down to the detail what this whole concept of peer-to-peer mentorship is about. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture to invite our panelists, and I'll call one by one. The big people, you have to give them the due honor. I will start with Joshua Biamazima. You can take up your seat in front. I also take the opportunity to invite Council Eva Nabada. You can please take up your seat in front. We are also privileged to have in our midst Council Jamina Apio, who will also be a panelist today. And lastly, but by no means least, we have Council Tony Tumukunde, who will also be our panelist today. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, before is a very able panel to break down the topic of peer mentorship. I'll just briefly introduce them. Just to start with the nearest to me, Tony Tumukunde, a familiar name, I believe, is a founding partner at Tumukunde and Company Advocates, and he is a member of the firm's litigation department. He started out his career at the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, URSB, but later veered into the private practice, working with K&K Advocates, and presently works at Tumukunde and Company Advocates. Tony Tumukunde's practice focuses on Islamic banking, particularly on Islamic banking services and product litigation. And he has also successfully defended clients in the anti-corruption court with a profile of over 15 cases on anti-money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation. Tony is a mentor and currently sponsors students at LDC in university and has extended the mentorship to Divine Orphanage Ministries, where he serves on the board of governors, but also sponsors children in that ministry. Those of you that are active on social media, you very well know that Tony never keeps quiet when it comes to issues of young lawyers. He has employed them, but has also played a part in advocating for better working conditions, rights, etc. for young lawyers. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Tony Tumukunde. The next panelist, Joshua Byamazima, is a managing partner at Trust Law Advocates. He is an accomplished advocate of the High Court, actively involved as a member of both the Uganda Law Society and the East African Law Society. If you have been to the corridors of courts in Uganda, you probably have met Joshua. I am not so sure whether he's the preferred opponent if you have a case in a court. But beyond his professional achievements, Joshua is a dedicated father and committed Christian, and bringing his values and integrity into both his personal and professional life. Ably qualified with a diploma in law, LLB, a diploma in legal practice, and a master's, LLM. He happens to be my classmate at LLM. Ladies and gentlemen, Joshua Byamazima. Help me welcome him. Third panelist, Jamina, is a partner at Ivory Advocates with over 13 years of experience in intellectual property and IT. Ladies and gentlemen, the years are mentioned strictly for purposes of introduction, not for you to count the ages of our panelists. Jamina is a strong litigator with a large portfolio, registered mediator with the Federation of Integrated Conflict Management, and a member of the arbitrator with the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. She is a ranked lawyer, has been ranked 5 years in a row as a top trademark professional and global leader by World Trademark Review 1000. She's an active member of the Uganda Law Society and currently serves as the deputy chairperson, ULS Female Lawyers Committee. Welcome with me, Council Jamina. And lastly, Eva. She is an associate at Shonubi Musoke and Company Advocates, where she practices in the litigation department. She's an advocate of the High Court with 8 years of experience. She obtained her bachelor's degree from Makerere University and postgraduate diploma in legal practice from LDC. She has, on top of those qualifications, obtained a certificate of proficiency from the Insurance Training College, has also obtained a certificate in discipleship evangelism from Charis Bible College. She's currently a student of LLM at University of Liverpool. Ladies and gentlemen, on top of all that you have heard about Eva, aside her professional career, she's also a stand-up comedian. I am not sure if today she'll give us a dose of that, but let's be hopeful. Yeah, so that's our able panel. I could probably have skipped some things while introducing you. You'd forgive me for that. But just to start you off, I would ask each one of you, I would allow you three minutes to take us through if I could have skipped anything about yourself, specifically for your professional career, a brief starter pack about the topic of today, which is reflection so far and peer mentorship. So supplementary to the introductions that we just made, I would want to hear it from yourselves. What about, this topic of peer mentorship? What is it that you know about it? For someone who is hearing it for the first time, what does it mean to you and how should they understand it? I'll give you 3 minutes to take us through that.
Okay, thank you for the honest introduction. I don't think I can add anything. So for the fact that maybe I'm married to one wife who is female and with 2 good sons and 4 adopted children in my house. That is very important to me. Peer mentorship, as the word sounds, peer-to-peer, you have the same either level or qualification. It differs from traditional mentorship where we knew more experienced people mentoring less experienced people, like the example he gave of a judge mentoring a law student. For me, I take peer mentorship, how I've done it and how I understand it and how I take it is you have a person that is looking up to you, that you're going to listen to, that you're going to activate in their profession, that you're going to compliment in their profession, and that you're going to celebrate his or her achievement in that profession. With that, for me, I think I've mentored you enough. Thank you.
Tony, just before you pass the microphone, you seem to suggest that, the bigger portion of this mentorship is about, profession and career. Is it necessarily true that, I require mentorship just for my law career? Is it, you mentioned you're married. I see some of my single friends. I will not mention, one of them is my boss and the chairperson of a certain committee. But in such a scenario, do we require mentorship beyond the professional?
Yeah, you do. You require, you can mentor somebody in the marriage institution, mentor somebody in the talent institution, mentor someone in love, most especially love, taking care of one another. I think 60% of the people that come to me is because of how I behave towards people. Not necessarily that I'm married. In fact, at the age when I married somebody's daughter was a very scaring age. I wouldn't actually advise anyone to, my boys and my girls to marry at that age. I was so young. You need more than that. You need more than that. But if it comes to talent, it comes to love, seeking out to help another that is in need, maybe that is beyond the profession.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tony. You make very great insights regarding all-round mentorship. We take it on. Just opening shots regarding the subject for our appreciation.
Okay, thank you, Edwin. Once again, my name is Eva Navada Sevume. I'm also married to one gentleman who is an advocate, Joseph Sevume. He's behind there. I also have 2 children, a boy, a girl, and this one who is coming like this week, by the way. So yes, we were classmates. Amazing story, but not topic of the day. So I like when I saw that topic, peer-to-peer mentorship, it caught my attention because, like Tony said, we were used to that traditional kind of mentorship where you have someone you adore and look up to, but probably you do not even have the time to interact with them, for them to mentor you into what you admire about them. So peer-to-peer, I believe, is more practical because you're basically looking at your circles and this person is able to interact with you almost on a daily and they guide you and shape you. And that question you asked, Tony, I actually wanted to talk about it. Is it just in the legal field? I would like to believe it should be a wholesome kind of aspect all around, because if someone is a good lawyer but then they are major aspects of their lives missing. That could be a problem. So I believe it should be wholesome. And yes, can't wait to discuss this topic. Thank you.
Eva, maybe also just before you pass the microphone, probably you're an example of peer-to-peer mentorship. Council is here, and I want to believe that you're a practitioner when it comes to mentorship. But just to shed more light on this, Eva, have you had an experience of mentorship? Have you been mentored by someone who is your peer? How was your experience like with that?
Yes, I have had an experience with a peer mentorship. I've had a mentor who is also a peer. I think he is actually on a panel in the afternoon session. I don't see him around. But I have mentored, and I do mentor young lawyers at the firm. Every year the firm retains students who have come to do clerkship. And my basic role is to mentor those students. So many of them have gone through my hands and care, and I still mentor a number of associates at the firm who are below me. So yes, I do have experience.
Thank you so much, Eva. I will just move to Josh.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Joshua Byamazima. He left out OHT. That is a Luganda thing, but it is OHT Nisa. It is not a synonym. I actually come from the royal family of Babahinda. So by 1967, when they abolished the kingdom, we were the people in power. But when the time comes, when the friend Tutu Mukunde takes power, I think he will decide on re-establishing the kingdom. So OHT, which is OHT Nisa, it is not just a synonym. Actually, it is a title. So that is the only thing maybe you left out. My beautiful wife who isn't here sends her regards. It is important that I talk about her as well. While I see everyone is talking about their spouse, I shouldn't lose on the track. So for peer mentorship, I really think that for any person that is growing and you're below the ages of 40, you need to be mentored by your peers. But if you are above the ages of 45, really you should be the example. You shouldn't be learning from others. So for peer mentorship, while you grow up in all aspects of life, in the profession, the legal profession, how you dress, the phone you touch, all these are a result of the people that you associate with every day. Most times with peer mentorship, I think you're looking at your close friends. I can honestly tell you that when you look back to your friendships, if you have friends that wear mixed shirts and suits, it will definitely be your reflection. If you have a friend that wears yellow ties, it will definitely be, like I see our president here also wears a red tie, so it definitely also reflects. So that is all about peer mentorship. It goes far beyond just the word itself, but there's a lot of influence within the peers that you associate every day. People that are staying in Chira, it is because their friends are staying in Chira. People that are staying in Mutundwe, it is because they have friends that stay in Mutundwe. So all that is peer mentorship. It should go beyond just giving me direction. I'm just giving an introduction. It will go beyond, this conversation will go beyond having someone to guide you in your career. But now, as the peers, as the chosen four that have gotten the opportunity to sit at the podium to give our insight, we definitely believe that by the end of this conversation, you should be able to discern what is important, who to call fake friends, right friends, and whatever. So that is where the conversation will be headed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe just before you pass the mic, Josh, I want to know, you gave a good example about, how you always follow the footsteps of your peers. My friend here drives a Mercedes, Derek. I do not drive one. how can I, if I am in such a situation of, peer-to-peer mentorship, how can I make the most of it, such that, I can be like my friend? And this also comes against the background that for most of our mentorship experiences, of our friendships, we have terms such as beer buddies. You have just left LDC and you're probably not thinking about all these other things for hanging out together and killing the stress that you accumulated at LDC. But then you bring out an aspect of, you can actually be like your friend. How can I make the most of, a friendship to get mentored? How can I transform friendships which have been, beer buddyships to mentorships?
Yes, with that particular question, a good one, I will first draw from my experience. One, for the friends that mostly motivate us to do things, some of our friends are very evil people and they lie. When you go to Derek today and ask him, how much did you buy that Formatic? If he's a good friend, he will tell you the actual price. If he's not a good friend, he will overprice it to show you that, Sebo, where I am, you need to work hard. I had an incident as paving my home. So I went to my friend's place. I saw some very nice tiles. I asked them, how much did you buy these? He told me, hey, each box I bought it 320. So when I went downtown to buy, this person asked me, how much are you paying? In my mind, I had the figure 320. I said, I'll pay 300. This guy said, oh, no problem. It is okay. So I paid for 2 boxes, which is 600,000. The man picked the boxes, carried them to my car to a distance that a border would charge me for 5,000. So because the boxes weren't enough, I had to go back in the market, only to find out that the box was 38,000. So that is a kind of friends. So if you are to move by the pressure of your friend, you should also be able to discern that this man is honest with me. So drawing from that, the pressure that we receive from our friends, most times it is too much. For men and gentlemen, we don't show it. Women can show it because I can see it from my fiancée and the things she demands me to do. I can say because she's a state attorney, now she is demanding for this because her friends are doing this. But for the gentlemen, you've seen Tumukunde with a nice phone, you want to have it in the next 1 week, they will arrest you. So all in all, talk to your people and friends nicely, learn the process. It is a process. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. I hope when you go back home, you'd find food, having mentioned a few things about your spouse. Just before we move to Council Jamina, this being a Young Lawyers Symposium, I want to invite you to indeed make it look like one. We are on social media, that is X and Meta. For X, please, anything that comes out and you find it interesting, feel free to, put it out there on social media. The hashtag is YoungLawyers24. Do popularize this and let your friends out there know that something is going on and they shouldn't miss out. I'll move to Council Jamina. I will not change the question.
Wow, Edwin, you've now given the pressure while telling everyone that this is on social media, so we really have to put an extra to it. Anyway, just to repeat, my name is Jamina Pio. Indeed, I have practiced for 13 years since 2010. I literally left, I started working 3 days after finishing my exams, so that's not a lie. Regarding something personal about myself, since everyone is talking about marriage, their children, unfortunately, I'm not married. I don't have any children, but I do have a number of friends and family around me, and maybe soon something will be happening, maybe. Now, back to the issue at hand, or at least the discussion that we are going through right now. I would like to just give you my general perspective, like what Joshua was saying. First of all, I associate with what each of them have actually talked about. Though I must also state that it's peer-to-peer does not mean it's a much better mentorship than the other one that we're used to. I need that to be clear that both work depending on different circumstances. Now, as what Joshua said, is that you need to surround yourself with people who you trust, people who can help you move to the next level genuinely. And I'll give you my perspective as a partner in a farm with two other ladies and women. You know what it means to work with other women, and having no man. It's something that you need to know at the back of your mind, that trust is the first thing that you need to have. For us to have started a law firm with 3 women, it began because we knew each other. We were peers. We were working in the same law firm. All 3 of us were Shonobi Musoke and company advocates. We had received skills development from each of the partners at Shonobi that actually gave us the confidence to go and start Ivory. Why? Because we were at that stage where we knew we wanted something different. We were at that stage where we knew we can work together to grow each of our goals and grow higher and higher. So if you look at our practice, it's absolutely completely different. I fall under IP. There's someone who falls under immigration and human. There's someone who is general for corporate. And as a result, we've been able to grow each of our individual skills together while trusting each other. Now, that actually goes a long way, because at the end of the day, at the back of my mind, if I'm not around, let's say for a month or so, I am sure that whatever I have left at my desk is going to get done. And I'm going to get help from that. If tomorrow I want to get support or guidance from my other partner or partners, I am able to walk into their offices and say, hey, this is the situation that I've raised. Let's talk about it. How can we support each other? Or where can I learn from you in that regard? Never put down a person, a peer, saying you are bigger or better than them. No, you are at the same level. So if you're at the same level, you need to have a comfortable relationship. There should be room to talk to each other. There should be room to disagree, to agree to disagree. Because we may not always be on the same page. But if it's peer to peer, that type of relationship, I believe, is almost like sister and sister, or sister and brother, or husband and wife. And those are the kinds of relationships that make it really, really, it will make or break you, to be honest. It will make or break you. Whereas if it is a peer and higher authority, let's say like a judge, there the comfort of discussion may be a little bit, you'll be a bit scared. You'll be like, can I ask him this question? Can I put this forth to a judge who has 20 years beyond your own? He's basically like a father. And hey, fathers in Uganda, I don't know about you, but you say your words carefully. So I really believe that peer-to-peer is the beginning of practical mentorship. And then the other type of mentorship can follow from there on, where we can support each other. So those are my general views, at least. So thank you, Edwin.
Yeah, thank you so much, Council Jamina. Just to take it on from where you stopped. You have done the 13 years in practice. Part of that time you have been with friends that are now your partners. And it is something that, every young lawyer would think about. We have always heard about things like peer pressure. You have these guys around you and are probably doing this and that, and you can't even keep up. How do and there is, a thin line between peer-to-peer mentorship and peer pressure. How can I, know that, no, where I'm going, this is peer-to-peer mentorship, or where I'm going, this is peer pressure, and then know which route I should take?
Okay. Generally speaking, most of us love to boast. Almost everyone is ready to show off a nice gold watch that they've gotten, a nice Mercedes that you talked about here and there, someone will be holding an Apple laptop while for you are still there on your HP, you know. So at the end of the day, when you look at pressure, it needs to come from, like, he talked about true friendship. It is there. We need to stop pretending that you don't recognize true friends and not true friends. We actually can recognize them. And most of the time is we're either blinded because we want to follow in suit and capture what you've seen them achieve or what you've seen them do. Now, as a result of that, you will fall in a ditch so far down because you have followed the wrong person. You have friends who you've seen do things, bad things from, let's say, maybe you have friends from high school, friends even from campus. You have literally seen them lie to your face, but you have ignored all of that because you want to be like them. You want to drive the car that they have. Some of them have gotten this money from their parents. Mom and dad has sent them 100 million. You go and do this or that. I mean, I saw recently the, I don't know if all of you were following, the prom. We had a prom in Uganda and I was absolutely dumbfounded. Someone arrived in a helicopter. Helicopter. Please. And I'm like, what? And I watched TikTok and there was a white guy saying, yo, Ugandans know how to do prom. Me, I'm going just in a simple car to pick up my date, and this guy arrived in a helicopter. But he has been put under pressure to show off to everyone for what he has been doing. He can't afford that helicopter, to be sure. And even if he can't, it's probably through his father's money. Now, little you have seen your friend arrive in a helicopter and you think you can compete. No, you need to know where and what you can achieve because your time is coming. You will get a Mercedes when it's time for you. Work hard what you need to do. Now, because if you don't work hard and instead try to follow in the footsteps of such a person, that's why we have lawyers who are being arrested for stealing clients' money. We have lawyers who are hiding right now because they have done one criminal act or another just so that they're able to afford that formatic. You have lawyers who are changing cars left, right, and center, but but they have put a loan. Yeah, those guys they're like, okay, return this one, take this one, return this one, take this one. How does that help that lawyer? It's okay to look nice and show off there and there, and if that's what they want to do, well and good for them. But that does not mean you should follow in the same route as that particular person. So peer pressure should not push you from identifying a wrong mentor at all. Just don't allow that type of pressure because you will not sleep. That's a fact. You will not sleep at night. Every day you'll be thinking, oh gosh, I need to get to where he's getting. And you will not be able to. Yeah. So just my short thoughts.
Oh, those are very beautiful insights. I hope you have not killed some dreams here. You know, people who were thinking of buying the latest Mercedes, getting that helicopter. Please proceed. Do not hold back just because of that. But thank you so much, Councillor Jamina. I'll go back to Tony. Tony didn't mention one of the programs that he runs. He's normally a humble man, but I'll hope him to expose it. He runs a program called Talk to Tony. And I understand that program entails mentoring young lawyers, you know, people who come around and you advise them on different aspects of their career, etc. For someone who hasn't gotten an opportunity to sit with you, Tony, in 5 minutes, what would you tell, you know, this young graduate from law school? What would you tell them as their mentor to streamline their career path and, you know, start out as a young lawyer?
Okay, thank you so much, Edwin. I run Talk to Tony, not alone. I have a committee. I actually don't even sit on the panel. I call people that have gone through life and experienced various situations at work. I just help organize and put in a hand. In fact, I can even make an announcement that we have one in Serena coming in June, this coming month, for over 250 young lawyers. This time for people that are done with LDC, and we shall be bringing great speakers to speak to you. I started it out as a give back. The man I would waste in traveling, the man I would waste probably buy a bottle at 1 million or 2 million. So I sat down with my madam and then stated and then decided that we should give a hand in mentoring people. And for me, it is a pleasure to sit down and hear people that have gone through law school, have gone through LDC, have mastered in their different professions, talking to people and telling them how to go through it. A person that has finished LDC, for me, I came from a very, very, very humble background. And I would supplement on what Joshua said. Some things are done by us, not because we can manage, but some people are just appreciating where they came from. Where they came from. I'll take my kids to an international school because I came from a humble background. I did not go there. I'll sleep in a very nice home if I can afford it because I never had one. I'll build a very nice home because I never did it. So long as you do it in the right way. So as a young lawyer, one that has finished LDC, just be humble. Be humble and just work in a place that gives you peace. Work with people that give you peace. Team up with people that give you peace. Me, I'm known, if you don't give me peace, I leave you because it's all about the mind. Even at work, when you come to my office, that's why when you come to my office, there are no things like managing partner, managing what. I got all the roles and gave them to one person. Because me, I prefer coming in my genes and interacting with people, giving them peace. Peace is the best payment to a person that has just left LDC. Even if you pay someone a lot of money without peace. So just humble down, allow to be mentored. The period you take under mentorship is according to what you wish to have in that period. So for example, I would take like 5 years. Somebody might say I will be here for 2 years. Another person will say I will be here for 1 year. So it's person to person. Then the other thing is, I think, know the size of your court. You should know the size of your court. If you are not getting that money, don't spend it. Please invest. I think what is killing most of us and what has actually caused a lot of mental health problems is the emotional stress that we have. You want to go for that branch because all the people have gone there. You want to drive that car but you don't know. Probably somebody went through K&K, somebody went through Shinobi, somebody went through AF Mpanga, somebody came with some savings from URSB, somebody you don't know. So you are buying the car that a person is driving. For me, I'm a fancy of good cars. In fact, in my compound, I drive good cars only. But there is a reason, because you don't know whether, instead of a client paying me 30 million, I told him, give me that car. I drive that car. So I've forfeited the 30 million, but I'm taking over the car. So for you, you'll go and get a loan. You'll want to dress up like how I fancy how my brother dresses up, from stockings to the ties to his watch. You don't know why he chose that. So please, if you want to learn from him, humble down and ask him. I think I'm so humble to ask people how they have done it, because it's all about asking that you can reach where you want to be.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tony. Those are great insights indeed. I just saw a few young lawyers wondering, guys are drinking my salary at 1 million. Yeah, but that ought to be inspiration. But the takeaway is know your court and live within the means.
Maybe also, Edwin, the other thing is there are people that are really lucky. There are people that are born lucky. In this profession, it's all about luck. There are people we finished with law school and LDC. You should always thank God. You are at a place, a friend of mine was telling me today, that do you know there are people you finished with LDC, but call you for recommendations, call you for guidance in certain decisions, call you for financial advice, call you for setting up businesses and all that. So that's luck. Always, before you leave your bed, pray for favor and luck. And only luck and favor comes to those that are really prepared. So there are people that get things not because they want them, but because things are meant to come to them. So if you do not have that luck, then you are below the measure of that person. You just have to accept.
Yeah, again, very wonderful. Someone once said that the harder you work, the more likely you become. I'm not sure how true that is, but I want to extend the same question to Joshua. If you know, as a young lawyer that has just left LDC and I get an appointment with you at the firm, and I find this managing partner, and I'm worried, how do I start out, with my career? What would you tell that person as that you're mentoring and is at that level?
I think what I would tell to a person that is just getting into the profession is patience. You need to be patient. You need to be patient with everything. I remember when I was initiated to the Uganda Law Society by a lady now who is at the Leadership Code Tribunal, Madam Joyce Nalunga. As a very young gentleman with no idea that I would one day sit at a panel with people that are way ahead of me. But it is all time. When you invest into knowledge, when you invest into time and patience, that for every single year that passes, you as a young person, as a young lawyer, you need to account for education, you need to account for growth, and then you also need to account for reliability. That at the end of the year, for every three of these things, you need to look back and just onto yourself. It is not about the new shoe that you've bought, the new pair of red stockings that you've bought. It should all go back to how much have you grown, how much is your education changing, and then your reliability, because all these tenacities are supposed to define you when the day breaks. That this seat that you want to comfortably take on, you see, our clients are working with senior lawyers. This is a trick that I've mastered in business. That the lawyers, that the clients that take work at Katende Sempebwa, Mr. Katende will get the instruction and then take the instruction down for the young lawyer to do. What is different in my firm, I'm the managing partner and I'm the one doing the work. So when we go to these places, I can tell you I have met lawyers from all big firms here in court, but I've seen the difference. Because this young lawyer received the file yesterday night, when we get to court, the Justice Oscar Kihika says, you people, you don't know Joshua. You should have prepared early. Because me, I was the person that chased the instruction, and I'm the one doing my file. So what I know, you do not know. So all that comes with patience. And then also attach it to the biblical perspective. If you are in employment, I think it is Luke 16:12, that if you are trustworthy with another man's business, God will definitely give you yours. So if you're under employment, ladies and gentlemen, do not ask clients to pay you excess money. Do not lie that I've filed, I'm going to court for reimbursement, and then you didn't even go there. I think it all goes back to being patient. Be patient with the process. And one most aspect, Tumukunde says that do not marry early, but responsibility, mostly for gentlemen. Be responsible. Find one woman. Be responsible and committed. That commitment, I can tell you, it takes you way far, way, way far. That you have goals that you look up to and you have an accountable partner more than even your partners in the firm. I think for young, I'm not telling you go and find women now. I'm simply saying it is an ideology that works for purposes of accountability.
Yeah, thank you, Joshua. The advice on getting someone to be accountable to, I associate myself with the same. But again, just to take it on from there, and this goes to Eva. Someone once told me, and this was a young lawyer, and he told me that his mentor was Harvey Specter. Harvey Specter. The guy watched his movie and said, I want to be like that guy. But how realistic is that? So my question to you, Eva, is if I am, a young lawyer seeking out for mentorship, what should I look out for in a mentor? Can anyone mentor me? Are there specific people who are called to be mentors? How exactly do I get myself a mentor?
Okay. First of all, so Harry is not even a lawyer in real life. People have to really differentiate between that they watch on TV. I think I saw a tweet about 2 weeks back. Someone said a young lawyer went to court and asked the judge, "My lord, may I approach?" And all these terms and things that we see in movies. So as young people, I also just left the category of young lawyers. We should really study our jurisprudence and practice before we try to bring these things, entertainment things we see in movies to the courtroom and make a ridicule of ourselves. But that aside, how to find a mentor is you have to go back to your principles. What are your principles in life? What do you want? What do you believe in? What do you want to become? What is it in your future that you want to specialize in before you choose a mentor? So you go back to the wholesome living, to the wholesome aspect I talked about. Someone who will hold you accountable. I think one of us has already talked about that. So when you identify someone with the principles, with whom you share principles, then that person will always hold you accountable. They'll ask you, have you done this? How far with this? And you cannot just choose any mentor, because then you may really go a wrong direction that you did not set out to have. And the person should really, it should be beyond a career thing. So you could start by maybe attending Tony's talks of Talk to Tony and see, is this someone that I want to mentor me? Then in the workplace, it's very simple. I think the workplace is one place where we spend more time than even we spend in our homes. So take time to study the people in your workplace and approach the people with whom you share the same principles with. They will guide you, they will grow you according to the same principles that you believe in. I believe that's how you look for a mentor.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the panel could be sounding interesting, but again, it poses challenges to us as the audience as to whether after this session, we'll actually take this up and find ourselves mentors, or even become mentors to people who are in our circles. We are running out of our time. I want to give an opportunity to 2 people who are attending physically, and then 2 people who are attending virtually to ask any questions to our panel.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. I see some contradiction between what Council Joshua is saying in terms of being accountable to finding spouses and being accountable to them, which is very, very important. And Council Jamina, who has 13 years of experience and she's not married, So how can I wanted to know from Council Jamina's perspective, has being single for all this time had an impact on your career as a lawyer? And secondly, I'm very sure there has been some marriage pressure. You can feel it in this room. Some things are directed to some people were single, like myself. So, how have you dealt with the marriage pressure, but at the same time, making sure that you pursue your career, and now that you're not accountable to anyone? Thank you.
Any other question?
Good afternoon. My name is Grace. Grace Waiswa Nsawa. I am a young lawyer at Abmac Associates. I'm happy to see one of my mentors up and moderating. So my question is in regard to the key things that really matter at this stage, and that I think is financial intelligence, and how to maintain that mentor-mentee relationship. And that I will speak in regard to a young man being mentored by a fellow young lawyer, but also a young lady being mentored by a fellow young person. Of course, I hope we know that at that level there is one commitment on the other on the part of the young lawyer mentoring a younger lawyer. And I hope I'm talking to young lawyers in the building. I mean, yeah, like the people, like you're not 50 and above. So I consider that 35, 40. I mean, you're not old in the perspective of old. Yeah. So maybe there are certain things that you're also still sorting in life, including finding a partner. Yeah. And some have found partners, but maybe the experience, of course, you're more experienced than those who are just learning from you. But I mean, there are some things you're just still figuring also. So how do you maintain that kind of relationship in regard to young men? Yeah, whereby a young man is mentoring a younger man. And when it comes to for the ladies, because I care, how do they create that space where it is safe to be mentored by a young man? Yeah, because I mean, it's not safe out there.
Yeah, thank you, Derek, and thank you, Grace. Derek's question was directed to Jamina. Grace's question, they're actually twofold. On how a young lady can create safe space to be mentored by a young gentleman. I'll ask Eva to answer that. I'm not sure she was successful in maintaining that space, but let's hear from her. And then on how a young gentleman can also maintain that relationship with, a colleague in the same bracket to be mentored. I'll give that to Joshua. So we'll take those for now, and then after we look, we'll take two more questions from the online audience.
Thank you so much, Edwin. It was Derek, right? First of all, let me say that is a very interesting question because it goes much deeper than just professional, ideas and ideologies. Now, let me start by just saying that there is a complete misconception, and I think also a pressure from family, friends, everyone, to get you to the marriage, field. And that needs to be a specific choice by you. Now, don't get me wrong. I do want to get married. Actually, I thought I was going to be married by 27. It passed some kind of years back. But at the same time, marriage is not for everyone, or marriage is not for everyone at the same time. So if you got married at 27, that is what God had provided for you. I am personally a Christian, so I believe that when the Lord makes it happen, he will make it happen. So I have no pressure personally on my side to get married, and I am waiting on him until that time. I may have my discussions with him on the side. First, hurry up, But generally speaking, it has not had any specific impact on my job, because in my mind, there are absolutely two different goals. Everyone has targets and goals for their future. Now, I separate my personal from my professional. My professional has a complete full list of things that I want to achieve according to a certain number of years. My personal are also listed based on what I want, how I want it to be done. At the end of the day, I keep on ticking off and I say, this has been done, this has been done, this has been done. I have been a fan of IP, intellectual property, from LDC. And I told myself, I must be among the top trademark or IP lawyers in this country within a specific time. And I worked specifically towards that, and indeed it happened. I also told myself that I love to litigate. I want to get into practice where I'm able to litigate as best as I can. Why? Because I'd been watching Boston Legal, of course, the suits, and those are also mentors, just like had been discussed otherwise. You're not presently here, but it gives you an idea of how enticing and interesting it can be to go and have a case. Actually, that I like drama. So the excitement of when you're in a courtroom and you're bantering one owner, with another counsel. Then at the same time, I realized after I'd now become a great litigator, maybe not great, but a good litigator, I realized this is really hard. It's not what I saw on TV, because the systems are different. Things don't move. It's difficult. Then I said, I now need to turn. Is there another way to sort out disputes? And I said, within a certain period of time, I must become either a mediator or an arbitrator. And I worked towards that. And I became a mediator, and now I'm an arbitrator. I literally just finished my exams and I'm now a member of the arbitrators. So you have a focus. Do not set your mind between personal and professional. Otherwise, you will run mad. If you take professional back home every day, when will you sleep? When? And I'm not saying that you can't work at home. Obviously, you can work. I mean, the pressure of being a lawyer, literally delivering contracts and things, someone is on your neck and saying, if this is not done by this time, I'll be withdrawing my instructions. You're like, no, this is a good client. I think I'll sleep at 1 a.m. to just that. But that's not a daily thing. When I get back home, it's personal. I am with my mother, I'm with my sisters, I'm enjoying life, I'm watching TV, I'm watching TikTok. I have shut down. And that is what is necessary. Now, for the marrieds, you know what they're doing. They're different. No, I don't know. Maybe they're eating like really good food, or I don't know. But it's different. So there's a time for everything. And I think you need to be strong in your mindset to know that you need to block out the pressures of the world and know who you are and what you want. So I knew what I wanted. I knew who I was. And not being married at this particular age does not make me any less than the ones who are married. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I hope, Derek, you're satisfied and have probably gotten an excuse to take us for 3 more years with excuses. Joshua, you recall the question, I do believe.
Yes, while I draw into that, just allow me take 1 second of response to this. With my father has done marriage counseling on a number of people, so I do peep into those conversations. Distractions for women and men are totally different. That we need to agree. That a woman can stay 25 years and still focus on one goal, and she will achieve it without being married. But for a man, it is different. You will get distracted here and there, here and there. So still, just to concrete on this argument, is that, ladies and gentlemen, you need to start early. But now back to my question. So Derek, we are not excusing you. So just on the question of keeping young mentorship, young peer mentors, I think for that particular response, you need to be able to know who you're taking your mentorship lessons from. Anyone that is really younger than you and without any influence and affluence to you may not be a good mentor, may be a peer friend. But then what exactly are you learning from them? If you are an advocate and then your younger friend is in year 2, I really don't know what you're learning from them. I think you need to find better. You need to look at greater people. And with peer mentorship, it's not that you need to interact. You can scroll through social media, you think Tumukunde is buying wheelchairs for kids. What are you doing about that? He's running a current campaign, only that unfortunately he's buying suits for people going to LDC, but my nature of suits are not allowed there, so I won't be participating, but I wish I could. So I can't give them out. You can just see it. So some of these things, peer mentors, you just look at someone. You need to look at someone really older than you, someone that is doing better than you. Those are the people that should be encouraging you. And then most importantly, someone that leads you to God. At least those that are even younger than you, but encourage you to go and pray in church. Those can be good in that line of mentorship. But look for someone that at least has got better homes, better behavior, better at work. Then that is a simple relationship to maintain. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Joshua. Just before we go to Eva, I had thought initially that we would handle the questions from the physical audience first before we can move to the online audience. But there is a question online which a bit fits in this discussion, and I wanted us to handle it first. We have Mandela Marion, who is asking, how come most male counsel that we choose to mentor us end up wanting to use us ladies? We fear to get men mentors because they tend to lose it along the way. Now, I would be unfair to pass this question to Eva. Certainly, she's not a suspect. And I'm not saying that the person going to answer it is a suspect, although from his background, he's a mentor and a male one at that. So I'll give that question to Tony to answer it, and then we shall come back to Eva.
Thank you. I take recognition of one of my mentors, Mr. Malisa here. One thing I learned from him is being humble and listening. And I think he taught me, and I learned that from him. Coming back to your question, I'm so young. I've not actually had female mentees. I'm really so young. I haven't crossed that bar where I will have very many female mentees. But for the few people that have been in my law firm, I don't even know whether I mentored them. The only person that has come to me to be their mentor is now my managing partner. I don't think I've even ever texted her asking for leg. I don't. Yes, I don't think so. And when I put out a post, I have over 15 people in my law firm. When I chose her, I think she was just making 3 years in practice. I told her, you know what, I'm so busy, I'm up and down looking for money to maintain this and that. You're going to be. Everyone in the boardroom looked at her and they thought probably we had a thing. But also one thing I've learned in life, you need to change with age. There are things that you would do when you're young, there are things that you will not do, and that comes to what Joshua is saying. If you are 35, 45, 40, this comes with the levels of mentorship. So if really a person who has just left, a female student or a female lawyers left LDC and she has just enrolled. I think the ultimate goal is that you give her mental fortitude and emotional strength to propel her to her excellence. However, when you ask her out, then you're going to get problems. Otherwise, after like 5 years of practice, your law firm is not going to propel to success because you swerved off the ultimate goal. So we need to just look at the ultimate goal. What does this lady need to achieve? How do I make her achieve it? For me, that is it. Then the other thing is accountability. When Joshua speaks about being accountable, I think I became accountable at 26 or 27. And my wife was around 23, making 24. So everything I do at the law firm, she first looks at it. And those, the nakafos that know her, she's very critical of it. Who do you mentor? Who do you appoint? So she's almost an intelligence officer. Trust me, if there is anything that is between you and that mate, she would have known. Thank you.
I like the disclaimer that you make at the end. Eva, just to take it on from where Tony stopped, it's of course a genuine concern that Marion raises of male mentors taking advantage of female mentees. Of course, the platform that we have with ULS is one of the best to address such issues. And my view is that probably shouldn't stop at being discussed. Is there any message that you can sound to the Uganda Law Society to have this addressed, or even to some of your neighbors there who are male mentors, on how, we can have an end to this? So you can address that, and then also address the other question that had been asked by Chris.
Yes, I believe they are really related. Chris asked her, how does a young female lawyer create a safe environment to be mentored by a male lawyer? I hope I got that right. And it's kind of related to what you've asked. I believe there are things a young female lawyer has control over, and there are things that they do not have control over. They do not have control over what the male mentor will do, or will say to them, or will text them. But they have control over how they will react and respond to the messages or the actions by the male mentor. If you choose to stay and entertain whatever the male mentor is doing or saying to you, and it is inappropriate, then you're going down that path, and unfortunately it may be hard to blame anyone after whatever happens. But they say a fish rots from the top. There are places, I've had conversations, I do not have evidence. I've heard there are places that are known where actually male lawyers, where those things happen. I have heard, I don't know. And there are female lawyers who have chosen to walk out of such firms, and there are female lawyers who have stayed in such firms and they've risen to top ranks. And there are those that just chose to leave. At the firm where I work, there are so many young, beautiful girls. And what has that taught me about life? I realized that beautiful girls will never tebagwayo. Every other day you're on the street and you're seeing very nice looking girls. Same applies to guys, I guess. I don't know, girls never really look at guys, but cuteness. But even when you try to approach this one girl, the next day another beautiful girl will come. You have to ask yourself, when will this end? When will I end? Do I want to have my first child at 50 if you choose the path of marriage, just because I'm still having fun and enjoying life, which is well within your right, but you can choose to also answer that question. But they say a fish rots from the top. So there are places that are known that where that happens. Then there are places, like I've said, at my workplace, I've seen beautiful girls come in and go and stay. Others stay, but I've never had of a story or a situation like that. So you can choose to work for a certain place and stay there and keep your values, or you can choose to compromise and, make the place unsafe for yourself. I have a mentor. For example, there are things you can't control. Where I work, I've been the only female lawyer in the litigation department for now 6 years. So will I not get a mentor because I fear they will do this? No. Again, it goes back to looking for someone who has your same values. I have a boss who has the same values, loves Christ, is respectful, you look at those values and you know this is the person who's going to mentor me. They will meet me. They will meet my husband. He will hold us accountable. He will ask us the hard questions. And you go with that one as your mentor. You also have to help yourself. So I think you choose to control the things where you have control, and where you do not, you chill.
Yeah, that was brilliant, Eva. Thank you. And I have a comment coming in from Namandi from the online audience. And have you is that female young lawyers, when you say no to that male mentor, they will respect you for it. Like Council Eva said, you have a decision to make and stick to what you want and keep your values. I think that is good supplement to the comments that you just made. As we come to the end of our session, I want to give every panelist just a minute for brief remarks and parting shots on the subject of reflection so far and about peer mentorship. I'll start with Jamina coming this side.
Thank you again, Edwin. I just, as we're closing, I would like to just add my voice to what Eva was mentioning regarding which is generally sexual harassment. And I want to thank Uganda Law Society for this particular session, because it is giving a voice to what may or may be already happening out there. But what I would like to say specifically is that as lawyers, we need to become bold. We need to now also step out. Ladies generally can be very introverted or afraid to speak out when they're in situations similar to what has been discussed regarding sexual harassment. But I would like to put it to the society as a whole and the committee of the Uganda Law Society to set up a place that these ladies can go to and report if they are in difficult situations, so that it can be managed, and sexual harassment will never come to an end. But these ladies should be able to find a place where they can get solace and, know that they're protected. Their jobs are not going to be lost just because they went and reported someone, or they're not going to be put in a situation that makes them, they always say the one who, Lugambo, is it like, yes, you just have too much Lugambo or something like that? No. Now, when coming back to peer mentorship, I just want to say once again that find a friend who you're comfortable with, a person who actually genuinely wants to help you. There are so many rotten fish in the sea. There are so many snakes in the grass who are around you and you think are part of you, but they are not. So if you're not comfortable, your spirit speaks to you. That's the fact. Your spirit speaks to you. And there's a reason why God has given you the so-called gut feeling. So don't go around choosing people who you already know or you've had around have done this or that. That I would just say is you being blinded or provoked. I don't know the best word to put for it. A peer-to-peer mentor is someone who I can even invite to my home. It is someone who I can share, Sunday lunch. I can even find that person at church every Sunday. We are together, same church, things like that. It's someone I can even share about my marital issues, and I know I will still be safe, because that is a person who will hold my hand, guide me, and show me where I'm doing wrong, and will be honest and transparent. If I am doing wrong, let's say, for example, I have swayed and I'm now dating a married man, that is a person who will come and tell me, what you're doing is wrong, stop it, and not encourage you. But if this is a person who's like, mama, we go. You've been single for too long. That guy has money. Just don't worry. Then you're also working with someone who is not right. So if they don't help you uphold your values and your integrity, walk away and find the right person. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You can pass it to Joshua.
My parting shots, but I want to first add my voice to the sexual harassment. These things touch me as a father. I have a very young boy, and really I've seen her mother grow through whatever, and now she's where she is. This becomes my message to senior lawyers, and this is your usual trick. They tell these young ladies, I have a matter in Gulu. They go to Gulu. When they get to Gulu, they book a hotel, and they say, unfortunately, it has only one room left. So you get in the room, they get in bed, and then the gentleman at night starts to move his hands. I know if you've been in Kampala and you've practiced here, it is either a friend that has done it or you've had it. It is a public secret. So to the senior gentlemen really that are doing it there, it is OHTW Mpanga that said that we need to develop a central nervous system to feel each other's pain. So if you cannot feel the pain of this young girl that is looking at her job at stake, or just to entertain you for 2 minutes? So if you cannot feel that kind of pain for her, really, you should also be reflective. When the time comes and your daughter is in that position, what should they do? So for most of the things that I do also now in life, I just reflect back. I just look at it and say, if it is my son in this position and they're the ones applying, would they be given the same favor? So whatever you do goes along. Now it goes down to peer mentorship. We get to identify our friends on everything that we do. I can honestly tell you that the more friends you have, the bigger damage in your life. More friends is not that you're loved, no. The fewer friends, the better. So if you have 10 friends, and of all these 10 friends, each is to invite you to an outing every day because you want to please them, and you're spending minimum, okay, we say 20. You have 5 friends, they've all invited you in a week. That is 100,000 because you want to please them. So the more the friends, it's not the betterment. And then you need to identify in these friends of yours who really cares that you are better than you were yesterday. And I can honestly tell you no one cares. It was, I think, this very week they said that these very friends of yours that you ask money from today and tomorrow, they're the same people watching your status saying you're a big spender. So you're confusing your sponsors. And they are the very same people that will say, but how are you managing your money? Yet you are pleasing them yesterday. So in all these friends, I can honestly tell you, I will not give you 100K if you want it urgently, and then I'll go and provide in my home, because those people are most important to me than any other person. So in peer mentorship, identify and copy. I copy a lot of things. I can go into Mukunde's home. While I'm seated in his home, I'm looking at his carpet. I'm looking at his cutlery, his lamps. I have my ideas in my head. I don't tell him. The next time he visits, he'll find me with the same cup. I tell him, no, I bought it. That is the kind of mentorship that I attract in my life. I do not sit with losers. I don't. In my farm, they know that gentleman, I do not associate with losers. I tell you, I wake up every day and say that I'll never be a failure. Because of that, I strive through everything that I do in my life. I think with peer mentorship, I don't know if I qualify to be a mentor with my harshness in language, but that is a seriousness that I carry, that when I came from Nyamitanga down there, My mother is expecting me to send her money next week. So I do not play around. My mentors, I choose them wisely. Unfortunately, mine is older than me. He's the president of the Uganda Law Society, and he has done really very good impact on my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. We now move to Eva. Please keep it 1 minute in the interest of time.
1 minute. My parting remark, reflecting on the journey so far, what I can tell the young lawyers out there, what I learned about 3 years ago, and that has kept me going, even before you find a mentor, is I just ask myself every day, how do I make my boss's work or life easier? Whenever I wake up, I try to answer that question, and that's what has kept me going. Then the peer mentors are most times those people who ask the hard questions, the questions you're very uncomfortable answering. So as you look out, that can also be a good guideline for you when you ask a legal question or something challenging, as opposed to when you ask something so random and social, who responds first, who is always willing to help in the direction that moves you towards your career development or any other growth in your life. Thank you.
Well put. Thank you, Tony. Lastly.
My parting shots for those that have law firms, listen to your peers, celebrate with your peers, achieve together with your peers, and please respect your business goals. Admire and achieve what you can admire. I, for one, when I came to Kampala, I think I put a tweet. You can go to a place without connections, and you yourself, you become a connection. Just admire and achieve what you can't achieve. Promise yourself to achieve that you can achieve. What you can't achieve, please give it time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to our dear panelists. I should say that it was a pleasure having all of you here. And we have good reviews coming in from the online audience, that it was a good discussion. And I trust that it would add value to us as the audience. My big takeaways from the session, number one is that everyone needs a mentor. And number two is that choose your mentor carefully, and that you should get a mentor who is a friend, who is open with you, who is a safe space, and who can uphold your values. And lastly, that you shouldn't buy a beer bottle at 1M. Thank you, everyone. I now yield the floor to my colleague, Brownie, to take us to the next stage.
Seated, we take a picture, then we have lunch. Members, please. Coupons are on the way out for those who want to eat. Edwin said he did want to eat, so you can take his coupon. advocates to take us through the panel discussion on the long mile, running a sustainable legal practice. Please put your hands together for the moderator.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's a privilege and an honor to be invited here to be your moderator for today's session. Our subject for this last session of the afternoon is the long mile, how to run a sustainable legal practice. That's basically as you hear it. The running of a legal practice can never be set out as a sprint. It's always planned out to be for the long run. So the people who are on the panel that I'm going to moderate are going to tell you how best to do exactly that. I'm privileged to be the moderator for people who don't fall within the category of young lawyers, but are the best place to speak about the running of a sustainable law firm and a sustainable legal practice. We, together with these guys, have gotten to know each other. We have had, we've spent some time together, we've bonded. They are very senior members of the legal practice. Just on Sunday, we went for a retreat with my group. We had some team bonding, and now we know each other much better. The only thing we didn't do is pick a dress code. Everyone came dressed the way they wanted. Someone wanted us to do floral, but it didn't work out, so but yeah, today we're going to talk about the long mile, running a sustainable legal practice, and with me to discuss that subject, I have the following people who I'm going to ask to come as I introduce them. Miss Deepa Verma, she runs a law firm here in Kampala. She will let you know which one that is. A fantastic lady here. We are privileged to have her on the panel. Mr. Maxime Mutabingwa, he has also been in the legal practice for a while now. Many of you have heard about him. He will tell you a little bit about his exploits in a short while. We're also privileged to have him on this panel. A lady who I've just met today, she's called Miss Roy Nambogo. Miss Roy Nambogo also runs her own legal practice, and she comes with a wealth of experience that she's ready to share with us today. Online is Mr. Ivan Engoro. I hope I pronounced that well, Mr. Engoro. I hope he'll be joined and we'll be able to see him on the screen. So, here we are. We've prepared really thoroughly for this one. I'll do my job as a moderator. I will speak less and let my people do the talking. I'll ask each of you to introduce yourselves. Is the microphone available? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'll ask each of you to introduce yourselves in the order in which you sit. Please let us know your name, your law firm, how long you've run that law firm, and whether or not you founded it or joined it. Please go ahead.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Timothy. Good afternoon, everyone. I am honored to be sitting before very young and excited faces who are freshly from lunch, and I hope we have your undivided attention. My name is Roy Nambogo. I have practiced with Nambogo and Company Advocates since June 2010. So June this year, I'll be making 14 years.
Thank you. Let's speak a bit louder into the microphone. Yeah?
Afternoon, all. My name is Deepa Verma. I've been in practice when she was counting us, beginning to count to see how many years, but 24 years of practice. Yeah, 24 out of that, the first 6 years I was with Shinobi Musoke. And then I set up, we made 20 years this year, April. And the firm is called Varman Partners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And good afternoon, everybody. The young advocate. My name is Max Mutavingwa. I'm a partner with Mutavingwa and Company Advocates, which I formed and registered on 4th May 1999, after I had been chased away by two other advocates whom I had worked for. And from the time I formed my firm, I have been practicing under it. And what I can tell you really, I have practiced law. If there is anything I have practiced, it is called law. And I'm very happy to be here. And I thank the moderator who has invited me. And I think by sharing with you, you can learn something from me. And I can learn something from you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Engoro is Engoro Ivan is supposed to join us online. He's the 4th member of the panel. Are we able to have him?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim and colleague panelists, advocates attending. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ivan. My name is Ivan Engoro, as it has already been mentioned. I have close to 18 years post-bar qualification. I work with the Ngoro Mtebi advocates, which I helped to form. We've been in existence since 1st of March 2015. So I'm excited to be here, and team, thanks very much for extending to me the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engoro. You help us and just adjust your camera a bit, just so we can see your face properly. Fantastic. I felt like I was talking to my father for a minute there. Very good. Thank you. All right. Let's get into it. As I said, as the moderator, I'll do less talking. I'll let the people who have the experience in this area speak to you. Firstly, I also just learned today and clarified that to qualify as a young lawyer, you must have been in practice for 5 years or less. So there are some people who I see, especially at the back there. I don't know who let you in, but today we won't chase you. We'll allow you to sit in and enjoy with the true young lawyers of Uganda, one of which is myself here. Now, I've been in legal practice for, I'm making 11 years now. I've been working with Max Advocates since 2013. And in 1989, when I was being born, Mr. Mtabingwa was opening his law firm. So it's a great honor and privilege to actually be here telling him when to talk and when not to talk. But I'll start with Miss Nambogo. I'll call you Roy. You said you're comfortable being called Roy. I like that. My first question to you, and I'll let you feel free to answer. When is the right time to set up a law firm? Many young people leave LDC with this dream that one day I want to be a partner, I want to be a boss, but most of them want to do it as quickly as possible. When is the right time to do it? Is it when I have the finances to do it? Should I wait some years? Should I do it immediately? Please guide us.
Okay, thank you, Timothy, for the question. When, let's assume we are mathematicians, and when is the X? Yeah. So if when is the X, usually to get the answer to X, you need to add so many components. And when Timothy shared what we needed to speak about, I summarized it in like 3 P's. And that is purpose, process, and then people. So when if X is the when should I open a law firm, you need to be able to answer the question. What is the purpose? Why? Why do I want to set up a law firm? Yeah. And here you're looking at what are your goals? What are you looking to achieve? What is your short-term goal, your mid-term goal, your long-term goal? I know even when I started out in 2010, I have to confess, I didn't think that far. Because when I started out, what drove me, I was coming in a very high pressure work environment in a bank. I had a young family. I was newly married. It was tense. I was failing to balance. And one of the things that drove me was I needed to be in an environment where I can take charge of my schedule. So it wasn't a far-fetched goal, but knowing what I know now, I think you need to ask yourselves the question. There is a reason why they say that you need to work under somebody for a specific period of time, because they need you to accumulate certain competences and skills. So if you're able to answer why, then the next thing will be people. What? Yeah? Who? Who are you going to work with? You know? Because you're not going to run a law firm alone. No way. You'll need to have a team, even if it is a thin team, you know. So you need to be able to answer, who am I going to work with? But then you need to introspect on yourself. Am I the kind of person who can attract the kind of people I need to work with? What are your qualities? Yeah. And then you need to think about the processes. Now, the processes, there are regulations. What you need to formally register, those ones you know, I'll not delve into that. But you know that there are internal processes that you need to live by in order to be a disciplined practitioner. So when you look into those 3 P's, you should be able to answer the when, because it will drive you to answering the question that I am now ready. And then what I also need to touch on is you need to tame yourself. When you answer all those questions, the people, the processes, and the purpose, tame yourself right from the beginning. Have that candor to self-assess yourself, your abilities. I've not talked about money. I've not talked about a PC, because those are a given. Because the farm that you intend or you want to open is you. You're the vision bearer. You're bringing yourself, and you're going to make a contract with the people, the clients that you intend to represent. So you need to tame yourself. Tame societal and individual expectations. Yeah? Don't be driven by what other people have done. I know this is where most of young lawyers go wrong, because you're looking at your senior partner or your boss, where they are. You don't know the journey they've walked, but you want to be in the same position as they are. I know you have your own challenges that maybe we are not being treated fairly, but let me tell you, and I just want to re-echo what all the panelists in the previous presentations, even yesterday, have talked about. Walk your own journey. So when you're able to answer all those questions, then I believe the when naturally falls in place. And once you are very confident that you've ticked all those boxes, then you can ably say that, yes, I am ready, and I can now set up my own farm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roy. That clearly shows some good level of preparation. I appreciate that. What I've picked from what you've said is that those 3 things must align: the people, the process, and the purpose. Once you have those in place, then you'll be able to find X. Some of us are still looking for X because math
that math question in P3 is still troubling me. But I think thanks to you, I'll be able to find that X. I'll move on to Ms. Deepa. Feeding into what Roy has just spoken about, my question to you is, how do you find the right people? How do you find the right partners to fit within the same law firm as yourself?
Following her presentation, maybe I'd put a disclaimer before I give the answer. When I started, I didn't start the partnership. I didn't start my law firm as a partnership. I started as a sole proprietor. I was a sole proprietor until 2 to 3 years ago. So based on that, I'd put the disclaimer, but then there is no better placed person to tell you the kind of person you should pick for partnership than me. Reason being, before getting the partner, I did a proper kusengeja. I sifted. And whether you move from a sole proprietorship to a partnership, or you start partnership from the beginning. You know, we all have dreams. You come from law school, your friend is there, oh, come, let's partner up, let's start. You've backfired before you even start. Because a friend you have in school and a friend, the dreams and aspirations you share, when you go out into the world and you start practicing, you get a rude awakening. Because there are so many things that fall in equation. But long and short is, I put down pointers. There are 10. 10 pointers when you go to pick your partners. Whether you're moving from sole to partnership or partnership from the beginning. Now your choice will determine whether your law firm is going to survive or it's going to die before it even starts. Because remember, this person is coming in to run operations with you. They're going to share in the profits and they're also going to share in the liabilities. So the first point, which is very important, they're all important, but in order of priority, okay? Same vision. She touched on it. Same vision. You should have the same vision. We all know what vision is. I cannot repeat myself. This country runs on vision. So you all know what vision is. This is my vision. My vision is to make sure we have a successful practice that is commercial or that it's criminal or that this is the mission that we're going to have. The legacy of the firm, that whatever it takes, my practice is a zero tolerance practice, no corruption practice. I don't care if somebody needs an envelope passed this way. It's not coming from my practice. In the short run, guys, short-term benefit is not there. But trust me, for the years that I've been in practice, I have stood my ground and I have survived. And the practice has survived to this day. There was no need for me to share envelopes with anyone. Okay? So your same legacy. Now, if tomorrow you get a partner who believes in envelopes, there's going to be a problem there. Secondly, you should have a reliable person. The partner should be very reliable. You should be the kind of partner when you go somewhere, you know you don't have to keep on looking on your back. Yeah. Then trustworthy. I mean, these are things that they teach us in law school, advocacy. You have to be trusted. You can't be, your partner is not trust. You cannot trust your partner. Don't even think about it. Okay. Then you need a person who has a high level of integrity. Because, and especially most partnerships have failed because of money matters. It is money that has killed partnerships in this country. A deal will come through, and when it comes to sharing the proceeds, one partner is more greedier than the other. So if you have someone who doesn't have that discipline, it's bound to fail. Thirdly, you should get a partner who has complementary skills. For instance, I'll just give an example of my practice. I am a very, straight-jacketed person, strict, inflexible, old. My partner, on the other hand, and this is a partner, I was just discussing with my colleague, this is a partner who started as a clerkship student.
is groomed, groomed, groomed. I am proud to say that he withstood, how do I say, withstood the storm. You know, he has a hard skin. He withstood. I wasn't an easy boss. Still not an easy boss. In fact, the devil wears Prada. I'm sure you've heard about that one. So I walk in, I was like, oh, she's here, she's here. So I've had that reputation. Terrible as a boss. But this young man stood the storm, started his way from clerkship all the way up, and is now a partner. But the most important thing about him is he compliments me. Where I am rigid, he's flexible. Where I lose my head, he's calm. So you know this balancing the boat thing. So you get a character. When you know you're a loose wire, you get a character who is. If you know you're too calm also, you get a guy who is more aggressive. Balance it out. Complement each other. Knowledge of the industry. You don't go and get someone who really doesn't know his law. Experience. He knows the business now. The most important thing is you have partners that come in as partners, but they're not bringing in business. You find you're the one running around, you're the one bringing all the business, and the partner is behaving like he's still an employee. He's just doing the work. No, please. That is not partnership material. You even sit and have it out with him, you know, and say, okay, a few years ago you were an employee, but boss, now you're a partner. Where's your business? And don't feel shy. Don't feel shy to attack your partners. When you have a partners meeting, you sit there, close the door, shoot each other. You're allowed to do that. I'm not saying literally, but you know, exchange. The moment you see partners agreeing with each other, there's a problem. They are not partners. One is the boss, the other one is the employee. Because the boss will say this and the employee will do it. So partners, it's healthy. It's healthy to do that. Then they have to be financially stable. You've put in the money. They have to also put in the money. You don't want a situation where they're not stable and then whatever little comes to the farm is going. Shared goals and values, I've already said. They should be highly respected. That's very, very important. They have to be respected, that even when you don't go for a meeting with a client, but your partner goes, it doesn't make a difference, because that client will respect your partner as well, the way they are respecting you. Okay. And then finally, open communication. This is what kills partnership. Lack of communication. In fact, just this afternoon, I was telling my partners, like, I'm a bit concerned. We seem to be exchanging a lot of WhatsApps more than us meeting and talking. So when you see communication issues, you see your partner is not the kind who has open communication, don't pick that person. So basically, so I could write a paper on this, but that is it. Those are the 10 things. Yeah.
Thank you, Deepa. It's interesting that you talked about getting a partner who compliments you. And I think that's a very important aspect. Many times we find our friends who we get along with, the ones who agree with us, the ones who get our jokes, and those are the ones you want to run a law firm with without considering whether or not that person actually compliments you business-wise. Yeah, so when you find those with two girls who work together and they are both sweet girls, but they are both broke, you have to complement each other, and you both have to have some financial stability. So yeah, that's an important thing that I've picked from what you said. I'll go to Mr. Engoru before we hear from Mr. Mutabingwa. Mr. Engoru, my question to you also is about the people. How do you find, or how do you pick, what is the right criteria for picking the right employees to run your law firm? How do you say that this is the right pick to be an employee? I believe the criteria must be different from picking a partner. Maybe you will tell us if it is. Can Mr. Engoru be brought up? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim, and thank you again, fellow panelists. I think the aspect of the right employee fits into the theme for this afternoon of walking that long mile for a sustainable legal practice. So in any organization, and I want to believe even in a law firm that is futuristic in nature, it's looking to the future. I think it's very, very important that they pick the right employee. Now, from my perspective, having participated in running a practice for some time now, I wouldn't say that it's a one-size-fits-all. There are different approaches that you have to employ in order to get to the right employee. Of course, the starting point would be indeed, as Deep and my classmate Roy said earlier, the vision of the farm. So whatever you do, even after setting up the farm, has to feed into the vision of the farm. So it has to start with the vision. So looking for the right employee certainly has to be, again, a set skills and standards before you eventually go into qualifications, experience, background. Sometimes you might also focus on referees. Who is the person who is recommending this particular prospective staff? Is it the person you know? How is he in the market? What is his reputation in the market, and so on? And then, of course, during the interview sessions, you dig deeper into interpersonal skills to see whether they speak to the vision of the farm. Many times, of course, at least speaking for myself, when I was still a young man, I wouldn't just show up for the interview. I would have to demonstrate that I have read about this institution. I worked in the public sector space for close to 2 years in the Ministry of Finance. So you dig into those interpersonal skills, knowledge of the candidate about the farm, what the farm stands for, and etc., before you then start on the actual search. Now, the search could be that the the prospective staff has been referred to you. Someone went to school with Mr. Lugaizi, they know him. So it is Tim who is making the referral. I think that is something worth considering. Of course, you don't just take the referral on face value. You might want to interrogate from Maxim, why are you referring this candidate to me? Why isn't it you taking the candidate? And then the person will give you the reasons why they are not able to take the candidate. They're either full, they have a close relationship, and there are people I know, there are advocates I know in town, they are quite hesitant to engage people who have a close blood relationship with them for obvious reasons. You could do a job advert. The job advert, again, has to speak to the specific skill sets that you would have agreed. If it's a partnership, you should have agreed on those issues as a partnership. Of course, if you're fortunate to be teaching, as you teach, you are able to identify candidates whom you think are good. You talk to them about the future. So those, if they showed up, you easily remember that I think I know this candidate. So you're able to market the candidate to your partners that I know this person very well, was very active in class. I think we need to give him an opportunity. In my time as a manager of a farm, I've also encountered the other route where someone, I call them the courageous approach, where a candidate approaches you and says, I can do this, I can work for you, I want to work for the farm, I think I have a future in the place. So we've had those. Someone just meets you in the courtroom randomly and says, please give me an opportunity. Of course, there's head hunting, and I think most law firms, because of their sizes, they are mostly small and medium size, do head hunt. It's rare that they advertise. So they do head hunting, again, against specific skill sets. The brutal way of calling it is poaching. You know, I think the colleagues who have spoken before and have run practices agree that poaching is one of the ways that you can be able to identify the right employee. There's also appearances. I know for sure that appearing with someone in the court or in a matter, whether it's negotiating a transaction, etc., has been an opportunity where senior lawyers have been able to
Are you still there, Mr. Ingoro? It appears the internet is not very steady where he is. Mr. Ingoro, are you still there? Okay. Well, unfortunately, I'll have to cut him short. But I think we got the gist of what he was communicating there.
identify the right skill sets for him.
Okay, Mr. Ingoro, I think we had lost you for a minute. Let me allow you to wrap up. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, so I was just summarizing that getting the right employee is very, very much about getting your vision and getting your mission right. Those will definitely inform whom you engage, whom you promote, and at what level. Thank you very much, team. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ingoro. Importantly, many times we put random referees on our applications. You just put your best friend because they like you. And people actually take these things seriously. I didn't realize they did until I applied for the job where I am, and they actually called my referees. I thought, hey, these things still happen. So when you're putting referees, please don't put your best friend. Put someone, someone credible, someone who is worth their salt. If you don't know any, I am for sale. I will do it at a fee. I'm joking. I'll move to Mr. Mutavingwa. Mr. Mutavingwa, the moment has come for you to talk to the people. They have been waiting for you. Please, my question to you is, what was your aim, stroke objective when you set up a law firm at the age when you did?
Thank you very much.
Besides the fact that they chased you away from the other side, that was good motivation. But besides that, what was the aim and objective?
Thank you very much, Timothy. It is a long story. And I think if I tell you the story, you will pick something. I beg to tell you the story. But first of all, on 22nd May 2024, a story was run in the monitor. Did you see this? You may have seen it, being young lawyers. The perils of a junior lawyer. Did you read it? This thing, it is on all fours with the reasons why I started the farm. And I thought that the circumstances have changed, but they have not changed. This is what is happening, and that is what was pertaining during our time. Now what happened is this. I finished LDC in 1996. 1996. Some of you, I think you are not yet born. So I go to a place where I was doing clerkship, where I had done my clerkship. They give me a place. I start working. I worked up to 1997. Then the lady I was working for, an advocate, went into politics and didn't do well. So when she came back, there was no money to run the farm. They said, now Mutavingwa, you can go and look for alternative employment. But she was friendly. She didn't chase me away because I was seeing the conditions also. I said, okay. Now I looked for another job. Somebody gave me a job in his farm. That is now 1998, January. So they were paying me, is it 150? 150,000. And you see, in this story, the young lawyers, I said, you see, you work from your home, then you go to execute the instructions of the senior lawyer. There is no lunch. These things, me, I used to work from
from Woodson Road up to Mengo to sleep. The following day I come back, I work. There's no problem. You see, that resilience I'm telling you is what will make you eventually. Because as you may have heard, tough times make tough people. I'm here because of tough times. I'm enjoying, I'm reaping. So now I worked for that lawyer. But towards the end of 98, I was getting only 150, 150, 150, 150. What is this? Me, I'm an activist, and I'm an activist. So I tell the clerk and secretary, no, they are paying us, you people. Why can't we ask for a bigger salary? Me, wherever I go, there will be something like that. I think it is my character. I never want injustice. And that's why I'm here. That's why I have traveled all this far. So I said, let us write. We wrote a memorandum. We wrote the memorandum. I said, sign. They were reluctant, but I said, okay, let us sign. So we signed the memorandum and gave it to him. Hell broke loose. The following day, the man had closed the chambers. He said, you three, nobody should step here. Go away. So the following day, I didn't have a job. That is 1998, and it was towards Christmas. So I traveled by bus. Of course, we didn't have vehicles. I went to the village. Imagine you are going for your Christmas. You don't have a job. You are staying in the city. How will you pay your car rent? Okay. I went. I didn't enjoy it. That Christmas of 1998, I still remember it. Then I came back. When I came back, I had a friend of mine who had taught us at Makerere. He had become a friend. I said, sir, now I don't have a job. Can you convince your friend to give me a job in his chambers? He said, okay, I will first go and then see him. He went and talked to his colleague, and his colleague allowed to take me. But what I must tell you, in 1998, I already had a PC. I had got a PC, and I was going to go to already. And I had seen my potential. The most important thing is your potential. I had seen it. So, 99, I go and work with that lawyer. And for 3 months, he was not a good employer. He's my friend, but he was not a good employer. He might even be listening, and he knows himself. But he was not a good employer. So, now I will be, like, I had a small office. I would be there now talking to my friends who are languishing. Because at that time, when we completed the LDC, there was a ban on recruitment in public service. You wouldn't join. So all of us were languishing everywhere. And to get, I tell you guys, to get a lawyer, to give you a desk in his chambers was a big privilege, I'm telling you. Where would you go? So you see, so I worked with him for about 3 months. 3 months. So he would, as he's entering his chambers, he sees like a colleague, a friend in my office. Then after my friend has gone, he said, where is the money? You have been making money. I've been making money. Which money? This man is my friend. I studied with him at LDC. Now you want money? Which money? So by 3 months, we had developed irreconcilable differences. It was very tough. So one day, around April, I was using a post office box of somebody. He calls me. He said, Mtavinga, you have something to receive in post office. I thought maybe a friend had sent me something from UK. You know, this registered mail. You first go and sign. You understand? I was very excited. So I went to the post office. Then I received the letter. Opening, termination of employment. Termination of employment. He was giving me only one month to be in his farm. After that, then I would go. Okay, 1 month. But I had finished my month of April. I said, now, you see now, give me my salary of April. He was paying me 250. Then, now I don't want to stay here the whole month. You no longer want me. Can you give me a salary in lieu? He said, hey, that's good. Of course, he had a lot of money. So he gave me the month of April and a salary in lieu. So in a moment, I had 500,000. Now what I did, I got a green Kavera. I like green because of that. I got a green Kavera. The green Kavera, I packed my books. I didn't know at first where I was going. But by the time I went to the taxi stage, I knew where I was going. I went to the first place where I was during my clerkship. So there was a secretarial bureau. There was a man, he had become a friend of mine. I said, you man, I bought a taxi. I went. My books back, I put them there. I said, now you man, you seem to have a lot of space. Can you give me some small space here? We can partition. Me, I can put my books here. The man, he looked and said, yes, Mtabinga, I think I can subdivide this office. And he did. And remember, I had 500,000. So the following day, he subdivided for me. I paid him 150 times 3. That is 450, isn't it? So I paid rent of 3 months. And then I remained with 50,000. Mtabinga and Company Advocates was born on that day. You understand? So I got where to put my books. Those were my chambers now. That was my farm. I have a green cavera where my books are. That's how I started the farm. But you see, guys, let me tell you, always believe in yourselves. If you don't know your potential, that's why I have been seeing people working for other advocates for 20 years. The man is there, he's grassing, he's getting only like 200,000, 500,000. No, you must exploit your potential. So on 4th May, I registered Mtabinga and Company Advocates certificate of registration. I have it in my chamber. That's how I know when I registered my farm, 4th May. So on 4th May, I was celebrating 25 years. Not in marriage, but in my business. So now I start my farm. But let me tell you guys, from 4th May, I had my piece already. I started working slowly, but now there is a court clerk who helped me. He said, Mtabinga, now, you see, now you have started the chambers. Come and I take you. He took me to High Court. You people, you already shun jobs. Never shun a job. So, at the High Court, there was a registrar who was giving state briefs. So, we went to the registrar. He refused to give me. Said, you man, you are still young. Will you handle the cases? He said, me, I'm not giving you. But the clerk had authority. She passed through the back door and gave me 2 cases only. Only 2 cases. That's what I wanted. So, when they are opening the session, they choose the broth from Ruzura, then we are starting the session. They gave me my 2 basive, my 2 suspects. We start court. At the end of the first day, everybody was seeing that a new lawyer has been born now. I became a darling of everybody. They said, do we have such a lawyer in this country? That is how I started. Now I made my mark. And I handled the cases. At first I was in cases. You people, when you shun cases, people cannot know you. You see, if a person gives you a case or a work, that is the time to show yourself that you can do something. You understand? You see, legal practice is like a shop. You have a shop, he has a shop, I have my shop. Why do people now come and enter somebody's shop and leave yours? You have to prove that you can deliver. You understand? People must believe in you, but you must first believe in yourself. So let me tell you, I ran my chambers within only 1 year like this. Let me tell you, 1 year like this. May 1999, May 2000. I made money, let me tell you. Let me tell you, I made money. I established my office. I bought furniture. I did everything. I married the wife even. I paid the bride price and dowry. I made the wedding. That is 1 year. And I bought my first vehicle, number UAB 08J. So how much money did I make in 1 year? You understand? So 2nd year now, I'm in court. You see now, the good thing, when you go to court or when you go to do some work, people are seeing you. You see, our work, we don't advertise. We don't advertise. People will see you and refer. You understand? So how will people know you? So when you are given a work, that is a chance to prove yourself, show the public that you can deliver. Why now should people leave this one and come to you? Why? You have to show yourself. That's why people are not managing their farms. That's why the farms are closing. Maybe we shall talk about that one. But that was why I started the chambers. And that was 25 years ago. And now I can tell you gladly that my farm has been a success. I have run my farm for 25 years now. I have made my name and a good name. And not only the name, but also I have sustained myself. I have sustained my family. And I'm not complaining. If there is anybody who is complaining that practice is bad, I'm not among them. Because I am so formidable that wherever I am now, everybody almost is looking for me. Said Mtabingwa, no, I want to deal with you. So if you want to make chambers, you must know your potential, but you have to make a good name. People will come because of your good name. If you get a chance and spoil it, just one case like this. Actually, I feel like standing up and telling you, just one case like this, one job like this, it will either make you or it will break you. Somebody gives you work. So the next thing is how you have executed that work. Where will it take you? Where will it take you? Will it make you? Will it break you? They give you money, you steal it. You say, I don't have work. Where will you get work? Somebody has given you a suit, has given you the instruction fees. A whole month, you have not done his print. You have not filed the suit. You say, I'm doing bad in chambers. I will come back to that. So you guys, you have potential. This thing shouldn't be there. When you are there, make yourself relevant. Work very hard. And by the way, when you work very hard, you become part of the farm. You are not a liability, but you are an asset. When you become an asset in the farm, they cannot wish you away. They know that if you go, they will not benefit. So they want to retain you. And even and actually there you can ask any money you would want. Because you are an asset. You are not a liability. So if you go, who will handle their cases? Who will handle their matters? Have you understood me? So the choice is yours. The potential is in you. You can do a lot. And I'm telling you, people are saying that you see there are many chambers, that you see there are many advocates. No. Let me tell you guys, there is always a place on top. When we started, I was very young. In 1999, I was very young. I didn't know that I would make it. But you have made it. Now we are sitting at the top. You can do it. There is always a place on top. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutawingwa. I felt like I was in church. I want to shout amen. Praise Jesus for that. Our time is fast spent, really. And we had planned to go through at least 2 questions for each of the panelists, but I can see that if we do that, we might leave at 6 p.m. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of the panelists to give us some parting shots. But before we do that, I'm going to invite some reactions from the audience. If you have any questions before we get into the summary of our presentations today, please raise your hand from this audience, or if there are some questions online, someone can help me identify those questions. Doreen, are there any questions online? Any questions from our audience here? You're satisfied with our preachers today? Yes, please. Let me give you my mic.
Thank you so much, our dear panelists. We've heard the story of Mr. Mtabingwa. We've not heard the stories of the rest of the panelists. I don't know if we could hear from their stories for us to pick a lesson or two from them. Maybe some people want to start on their own, like Mr. Mtabingwa and Ms. Vama and Ms. Nambogo, or they would want to start with partnerships like Mr. Engoru. So we'd like to hear their stories. They may speak to our situations. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'll ask each of them as they give you their closing remarks to answer the question of Chairman Young Lawyers there. Is there any other question? I'll just take 2, just one more. I'll pass you my mic.
Thank you so much. Geoffrey Tuliamusima is my name. Around, I think 2 years ago, I transacted with Roy. And what surprised me, I think it was a deal beyond $1 billion shilling. And Roy left me in the bank with £1 billion and she went to pick her kids. I was surprised to see a lawyer leaving money behind in the bank. Now, money as a temptation. How did either three of us, because of your experience in legal practice, how have you tackled the issue of money as a temptation, especially in the legal practice?
Thank you very much. I hope you've gotten those two questions. One, they want to know your story. We have enjoyed Mr. Mtabingwa's, but also how have you managed to resist the temptation of being misled by money? We'll start with Roy, but in there, please also give us your closing remarks. I'll give each of you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Timothy, and thank you, Chair, and my colleague for the questions. My story is not very glossy and exciting like Senior Counsel Mtabingwa's, but like I told you, I was convicted. My grounding was in the bank environment. That's where I started from. I did 3 years as in-house, and I rose from the level of legal assistant to acting head of legal. High pressure. Anybody here who has associated with a bank would know that. So I was with a colleague whom we were working with in the bank, and incidentally, I think we all conceived at the same time. It was terror, you know. So we're like, what are we going to do? And that was the time when outsourcing had begun. Banks had begun to outsource certain functions to external lawyers. So we were there discussing with my colleague, and but we can do this, we can do this. Can't we do this? Yes, we can do this. We went through, yeah? Not deep diving into the way I have presented the purpose, the people, the processes. We were driven by the need to take charge of our work schedules because we knew we were at a time when we were also pursuing other personal, knowing women, if you're a lady, you know, you have to get married, you have to give birth to kids. So that is also another jurisdiction that drains you. So for us, that's how we started. So we pulled together resources and we started the farm. I think by then it was called Kisalu and Nasona. Then we transitioned to Nambogo and Nasona. Then we transitioned to Nambogo Company Advocates. I don't want to delve into how we arrived at it being a sole proprietorship. No, but that is how we started. It wasn't so glossy, but like we were coming from the corporate world and we took a leap of faith. Like Mr. Mtabingwa has told you, you need to be confident. And for us, we saw an opportunity because corporates were outsourcing certain functionalities. And we knew, having worked in-house, we can play in that space. And by then, I think corporates used to go for the high-end law firms. And we were like, it is okay. For us, we don't want the big deals. We want to do the small deals. Yeah? And if you follow the economics of Uganda, you know that most people, the money is in the informal sector. Yeah, SMEs. That is where banks make a lot of money. So for us, that was the conviction. So my story is plainly like that. That is how we started. So we did the normal things Mr. Mtabingwa has told you. We had some money and we set up shop. Yeah, we followed through with the processes. We set up shop and we started. Maybe what I need to point out is you need to have an anchor client. At least that is a given. Because you need somebody you need work that is going to occupy you from 8 a.m. to 5. Okay, when you're starting, you can't do up to 5. You're probably, but you need something that is going to occupy you, that is going to give you a purpose to wake up and you say, you're going to work. I'm going at my farm. Yeah, so you need an anchor client. Don't just say that I'll first set up, then you heard Mr. Mtabingwa say that clerk took him and those 2 cases were his anchor clients. So my parting shots to the team that is here today. I'm going to borrow. I attended a corporate governance training about 2 weeks back, and I'm going to borrow from Mr. Okum. Is the president, I think, of Institute of Corporate Governance, Uganda. And this is what he did teach us, and it's what I'm passing on as well. He taught us about the attire. I wish somebody could write it, attire. That every day, wake up in the morning and clothe yourself with the attire. The attire is a summary of everything you've been told by all the panelists yesterday and today. A standing for accountability. You are obligated as a lawyer to account to your client and to account for the way you execute your work. Mr. Mtabingwa told you that the way you execute will sell you. Then there is transparency. You need to be unambiguous and truthful in the way you account. There are ways of giving accountability. Yeah? You falsify receipts. You will present a receipt. That's accountability. But is it truthful? It's not. Then there is trust. My colleague talked about trust. You've heard a lot about trust today. Then integrity. Integrity is the biggest issue, and I think it will speak to what Mr. Triasima has said. For me, there are no two ways about it. And I live by the notion that there is no right way of doing the wrong thing. And maybe to answer my colleague, you need to have a very low affinity for money. I started in the bank, and I think that is where I got my grounding from. I saw people being fired. I saw people being investigated. I saw people's names who were high up being dragged into the sewers. Branch managers, credit officers, being fired because of issues relating to integrity. And I think we are charged with a duty as lawyers to see that we remain on the course of integrity. And integrity is even in the darkness when the curtains are closed. You should be able to do what is right, even when nobody is seeing. So to answer him, you need to have a very low affinity for money, because colleagues, temptations are going to come and you're going to do deals. You're going to be in deals where there is money, serious money. But you need to have the ability to know where your portion stops and what does not belong to you. What I have lived by in my experience is I want to remain with clients' money for a very short time. When a client deposits money in an account, even if it's a client's account, because I know clients have their own accounts. So I am on the client or the accountant. Please, we have this client's money. Why can't we forward the money to the client? That is one way of reducing temptation, because if the money is not with you, then you'll not be tempted. It's not with you. So you need to devise means of developing a very strong wall. So I is integrity, R is responsibility, be responsible. The day you receive clients' fees, you are charged with the responsibility of executing the instructions. You have to deliver. There are no two ways about it. And then E is excellence. Aim to be excellent in the way you execute your client's instructions. So yeah, I believe if as young lawyers, if you clothe yourself in the attire, you will have branded yourself well, and you will not fail on this journey of practicing law in whatever field you're placed, whether privately or as a corporate lawyer or you're in government. Thank you.
I assume the question is the same. The problem is when you give me the microphone and you give me limited time, it's an issue. This article that came out, Mutabingwa says for him it was on all fours. But for me, I think times have changed. The 150 he used to earn, I also used to earn that 150 at Shunubi Msoke at the time. Yes, that was 150 was the going rate, I think, for assistants at that point. So 150 is what we were all surviving on. But the difference now is that what was on all fours during that time cannot be now. Why? We're too many lawyers. Too many lawyers. In our class, we were 25 in our class. In your class, I don't know how many you were. LDC.
LDC was 68.
Oh, anyway, the farm. I'm talking about the farm groups. You remember the farms? You can imagine 12 in a farm, an LDC farm. Now I don't know how many you are whenever you have those groups. 45, so almost double, right? And then the lawyers that are in town. Now, there is this, when I read this article, it's like, oh, I'm being paid this and I'm being paid this. Now the trend is changing from being employees. Stop being employees, guys. Start being fee earners. Start contributing to the farm. Because when you're contributing, I remember my boss at the time used to say nobody's indispensable. But now you should be the person, like Mr. Mutawingo has said, if you are not there, the farm misses you. It misses you. It says, oh my God, where's so-and-so, where's so-and-so? Your absence should be felt. So let's move away from this thing of my senior is paying me this and they expect me to do this. Stop it. Stop it. We're just discussing this kind of training when we were young lawyers, we never got. We were thrown in the deep end. I think I'm right. We were thrown in the deep end. You had to swim. I remember our bosses giving us the file and say, go. That time it was Justice Arach. We'd get a file. You've got no clue. To tell you you're a lawyer worth your salt, you go and read and come back. There is no adjournment. There were no adjournments. We were fondly remembering judges like Egon and Tende. You would go there and adjournments, forget it. So, guys, feel that when you're out there, you have to make yourself relevant. You have to make yourself indispensable. You have to, people would want you in their practice. This courtroom, most of my clients, when I left Mr. Shinobi, Dr. Shinobi, now, when I left, I didn't go with any of his clients. My story is a juicy one, but I don't know whether I should go into it. Do you guys want to hear it? Okay. So, but when I left with nothing, with no clients. My story is, guys, and this is for all of you, you're all young, you're all into relationships, you're all probably getting married soon. One thing is very important, whether it's female or male lawyers, you need a very supportive partner. Wow. Clap, clap, clap. So when I say partner, I don't mean a law firm partner. I mean a husband, I mean a wife, I mean a girlfriend, I mean a boyfriend, right? I mean your living partners. If that person doesn't have your back, it's very difficult. So my story is, I was working for Shinobi Msoke, and when I met my husband, he wanted me to sit home. It's like, we've got the money, Asian communities. For those of you who know the Asian community, women are supposed to, enjoy their lives. If your husband can manage, why not? So it's like, you don't need to work. We have everything. Just leave. I was like, seriously? My years in law school, my struggles, my LDC, I just leave? Yeah, just leave. We have enough. But when you're an ambitious person, which I am, and you have this dream of being this lawyer, even when your partner is telling you this, you're like, Ned the boss. So I then told him, look, it has always been my dream to be a good practitioner. I've always loved the law. I've always wanted to practice. And when you're in love, kabalole yona yawe, is the kind of situation. So he said, fine, okay. What is it that you want? I said, I'd love to have my own practice. So he set up the practice for me. Yes, he set up the practice. So he injected money. He said, okay, there, start. So I had a supporting husband who, saw me live my dream. But here I was, started the practice, but I didn't have even one client. Because, of course, I was very sad to leave Dr. Shinobi because at that point I had made my way up. That's another story because when I joined Dr. Shinobi, it was on clerkship level. And when I was applying at that point, and I keep on singing this song, there were no female lawyers in Shinobi Msoke. I don't know whether it was by default or whatever. But then I turned out to be the first one, and then I started working, and I enjoyed myself because I learned a lot under his mentorship. And this is again what I'd like, she had mentioned, don't go rushing to set up your own law firms, please. Get practice, and even out there when you start, get a mentor. I still have mentors, senior lawyers. I have a mentor, because you need them at each point. But anyway, so I start with a paper and a notepad, and I don't know where to start from. But like Mr. Mutavingwa said, when you go to court, people look at you. When you have meetings, people, your first 2 cases, even with me, it was my first 2 cases in court. And those days, there would be litigants sitting. I tell you, I walk out, guys are following me. Where are you? Where are your chambers? That's it. That is how we all started. So do not underestimate, when you're in court and all that. So anyway, so I started and one by one, word of mouth. It's not like now where you can go website, I don't know what, social media. I learned that, by the way. Hey, now I'm on social media. You can check. But I didn't have all that. So slowly picked up. But I was also, and if you think practice is hard, try being a female practitioner. Ladies, it's not easy. Like she says, you have children now coming. Where my colleagues would be meeting other guys, like my contemporaries now, we had a local pub we used to go to. I'm not going to mention it. Some of them might be in the audience, and I'm not going to say names. But the local pub, we'd go there, and that's where you'd get the businesses. On a bottle of beer, there is a potential client. But guess what? I have to go home. I have to make sure that child eats dinner. I have to make sure food is served. I have to make sure the maid has cleaned. It's not easy. So the balancing act is very, very difficult. But for the gents as well, you have to constantly look for the clients. So my long story short, I could write a book, but long story short is perseverance, hard work, never give up, reputation. Your reputation is very, very important. Very important. Now, money. It's the hardest, my friend, especially when you earn 150,000 and also you're giving clients money. It's very, very tempting. But the biggest thing that you can do for yourself is to stop being short-sighted. If you're short-sighted and think about, short-term pleasures, that's it. You've lost it. Look at the bigger picture. The money will come. The moment people get confidence in you, that they can trust you with 1 million, it'll move to 5. Before you know it, you'll be handling billions, right? And you'll be able to charge and you'll be respected. So that temptation, so let me close by basically saying that at the end of the day, when you're going to set up your own law firms, first of all, don't rush into it. Don't rush. Like she said, there's an X. When do you get to that X? Yeah? Get a mentor. I have fought technology for a very long time. But now there's something called Smart Case. Mutawingo, I don't know if you have it in your farm. Have you guys heard of Smart Case? That it's a system. It's a system that teaches you how to use your money. Me, I'm a very bad in maths and accounts and all that. Yeah, so you get that up. It's very good for your practice. We fight these things. So technology and all that. And then finally, upgrade your skills. There's some things they don't teach us in law school. I don't know whether they teach it now, customer service and all that. So from the time someone walks into your chambers, that first receptionist, the way you offer coffee, the way you go give them tea, the way you show them into, because when a client comes, they're scared, they're worried. You know, you need to calm them down. So some of these things we don't learn. But take my phone number, please. I have so many stories to give you. And this time is so limited. But long and short is I wish you guys all the best. Mtabingwa wants to grab the microphone from me. But this Mtabingwa, I had the opportunity. He's senior by 1 year. But he was the lawyer for Red Pepper. Oh my God. He was 19 years lawyer for Red Pepper. I remember meeting him in court. After us doing what we are best at, I had to go back and read my sectionals and my rules. He had his law here on his fingertips. So he's a senior lawyer to be reckoned with. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Madam Depa. Before we get to Mr. Mtabingwa, I want to give Mr. Engoro an opportunity to give us his parting shots. Mr. Engoro, you're still there with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Please go ahead to give us your parting shots.
Thank you very much, team, and thank you, audience, again for listening to us. Setting up the practice. I think my decision to set up the practice was largely driven by my obsession for teaching. I wanted to undertake my research degree in order to pursue the academic career, which I'm still doing. But secondly, in that reasoning, I didn't want to miss the courtroom interaction. I believe so much in the courtroom. I must confess to you, I do admire very much the way Mr. Mtabingwa does these things, and certainly deeper. I've seen them doing their things. I've always aspired to be like them. So those are the reasons largely which made me team up with the people that I've teamed up with, because the study necessitated going in and out of the country. But of course, I was also still newly married to my university sweetheart, and I love family so much. So I needed that environment where I would have colleagues to stand in for me as I'm away pursuing that project. But my parting shots to the advocates who are in attendance this afternoon, contrary to what the newspaper article has alluded to, I have a slightly contrary view. Please, my advice to you is, unless it's outright abuse of your rights as an employee and etc., but if it's just an issue of pay, please take that desk opportunity to grow your brand. That's my only advice. It takes a bit of time to grow it, but if someone has given you an opportunity to work for them, please grow that brand. It is only that brand which will take you to the places that that you want to go to. Of course, a brand which is punctuated with ethics, hard work, and integrity. So with those few words, I want to keep it short. Team, thanks so much for inviting me, and my fellow panelists, Roy, Deepa, and certainly Mr. Mtabingwa. To you, our colleagues in the younger category, the sky is the limit. Go for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Engoro. Before you speak, Mr. Mtabingwa, I remember I said when I was being born is when you set up your practice. Actually, I was wrong. You set up your practice 10 years after I had been born. I thought it was 89, but you said 1999, right? Oh, happy anniversary, sir. The floor is yours, Mr. Mtabingwa. I'm going to request you to take just 5 minutes to give us your closing remarks. Then we can hand over.
Thank you very much, Timothy. the question was about money, isn't it? Money. Let me tell you, young lawyers, money. I think that is the gist. That is the crux of why we are here. Let me tell you, if you manage how to manage people's money, then you will have made it in life. You will have made it in life. There is a proverb. I'm going to say it, and I'm not intending to demean the ladies. They say that reputation is like virginity. It is broken once. And character is like pregnancy. You cannot hide it. You cannot. So, money. When you start working as an advocate, people will entrust you with their money. Actually, in life, in real life, what has separated people? Some have failed, some have made it. Me, the way I have seen it, it is how people handle people's money. Not your money. Your money, you can eat it. You can marry a wife, you can buy a vehicle, but that is your money. But as an advocate, you are a trustee. You are in trust of people's money. So, how will you treat that people's money? That is where the real problem is. That's why people have failed to make it in life. We started with so many people. We started chambers at that time. But about 60% have closed their businesses. But some of us who are honest, we are still riding high because of the way we have treated people's money. People's money will break you. When a person gives you his money, that money is not yours. But what I have seen advocates do, they eat that money. So when it comes to the time to pay, he doesn't have the money. Last year, I don't know whether you attended that dinner at Sheraton, end of the year. Anybody who attended? Our chief guest was Justice Irene Muriagonja, Justice of the Court of Appeal. And I remember, even I have her written speech. He said, the backlog of cases against lawyers, which is at law council, is more than the backlog of all the cases in courts combined. So, guys, are lawyers practicing law or they are practicing thuggery? You understand? So, are you a lawyer or you are a thug? That is the only thing which will differentiate you between you and other people. Actually, me, what helped me, Timothy asked, how do you treat people? What was the question, Timothy? Money. Eh? Yes, he was asking that how do you prevent yourself from getting afflicted to money?
Yeah, the temptation of.
Now, that is me, the way I have found it, ladies and gentlemen. It is character. I give you my personal experience. Me, I grew up from a strict Catholic family. I'm a Catholic. Actually, I'm the finance secretary of the Uganda Catholic Royal Society. So that background, then I studied from a seminary. I was supposed to be a priest, but I didn't become a priest. But I don't know whether I would have managed because I don't know how I would have failed to marry. So I never became a priest. So now that background, family, and then religion, he taught me. You see, a person's property, something which is not mine, is not mine. Let me tell you guys, I have practiced law for all those years I have told you. I have never cheated somebody, even of a shilling. If I have ever cheated any person, people who are watching, they should come out and say, Mutabiwa has ever stolen somebody's money. Let him come forward. Clients who have ever given me their money, all the money has been accounted for. I have never cheated anybody. And whenever I'm walking, I walk my head high. That is what will make you, you. That's why people are looking for me. I want you to understand that thing here and here and now. Why are people looking for Mtabingwa and they are not looking for you? Why? Why are they coming to my shop? They are not going to your shop. There are three things. And I want to even take notes. Write them. I might be arrived, I might not be arrived, but I want you to write those things. They will make you a big person. They will make you a success in life. The first and foremost is honesty. In our profession, you are not honest, you are finished. If you are not honest, it means you cannot be trusted. So, will people trust you? Our profession is a profession of referrals. Can a person refer somebody to you? If you have student. Let me tell you, in my chambers, I think I'm the only person who funds money. Me, I have because if I have not made money, I cannot mix it with my money. And of course, you know, when you are opening chambers, you have the client account. If I have not made that money, I cannot touch it. But that one now comes from character. I have seen people, they want to live big. Me, I'm totally different. Let me tell you, when I had started my chambers, I drove a Corona vehicle for 10 years. I was driving Coronas. People were saying, Mutabingwa, now you are a big man. Why drive a Corona? That is my nature. I told them, when the time comes, I will buy a big vehicle. And when the time came, I bought a big vehicle. They said, hey, Mutabingwa, you are very rich. How did you buy this vehicle? But then I asked them, you are saying that the vehicle I was driving is bigger. I mean, it's smaller. Now I have. So, that character, I have seen lawyers, they eat people's money, buy vehicles. Imagine you buy a vehicle, but you are spoiling your name. Even me, let me tell you, in my chambers, you might disagree with the client. Even when the client has paid money and I disagree with him or her, I refund the money. You know why? Because when a client goes out, you tell other people that, you know, Mutabingwa is a thief. Mutabingwa can be a thief. I cannot be a thief. And you will walk anywhere in this country. Go to Rira, go to Soroti, go to Kunjiri. There's nobody who will tell you that Mutabingwa has ever cheated me, has ever cheated me in all the years I have practiced. You never see that person. And that is what is Mutabingwa. And I tell them, I tell all lawyers, and I must tell you now, me, I have a job, I don't have any competition whatsoever. Because I'm Mutabingwa, there's no another Mutabingwa. Where can you get another Mutabingwa? It is me. You cannot be me, and I cannot be you. And I am telling me, I'm running a farm without any competition. People are saying, you see, we don't have jobs, that the lawyers have become many. No, there is always a place at the top. They will come for you. They are looking for you. There is what they are looking into you. And you are the only person who has it. You understand? So, if you cannot be trusted with people's money, don't start a farm. Even where you are working, they are going to chase you away. Me, I was not chased because I had stolen money. No. I had disagreed in principle with the boss. But I didn't steal. Even if you bring him here now, he will not say that I stole his money. Let him come and say, Mutabingwa cheated me. Even I never took any of his clients. No. I started from scratch, from zero. And here I am now. So, can you promise me that if you have that character of not respecting people's money, you will change? If you change, tomorrow we shall see you driving the V8s. You build such a buildings. They are yours. You can build them. Let me tell you, the sky is the limit. When you learn how to respect people's money, the sky is the limit. You can build. You can build like Sheraton Hotel in 1 week. You can build it. Actually, once you have made that name, money follows you now. And you say, I don't want this money. You find you are dodging it. I know not to deal with you. You are dodging money. But other people in their chambers, they don't have any work because they have stolen. You understand? So run that one. If you can change and know how to respect people's money, you have already succeeded. You are a success. Somebody brought to work in my chambers and brought money. I put it in an envelope. It was 1 million. Then he was supposed to sign something. He didn't sign. Me, I kept the money in an envelope. 1 million. I called the man wouldn't come back. 6 months, the man had not come back. Then he came after a year. I said, you man, what happened? Then he started telling me, then he said, you see now, I no longer want to do the work. I brought the same envelope where I had closed his money a year ago. And I said, isn't this the money you brought here? He said, wow. You kept all this money and you have never even the number of the notes. It was his money he had brought. Because it was not mine, I couldn't eat it. If I don't have money, then I don't have money. If I have money, I eat mine. But that one is not mine. I have not made it. I returned it to him. How many people can do that? Guys, how many people can do that? If you can do that, you are already a success. Actually, the PA is saying that you see, you shouldn't start farms. What I have seen, guys, when you wait for 10 years, by that time you have children, you are depending on that farm. Now you say, if I leave, how will I pay school fees? How will I pay rent? You will never start. Start as quickly as possible. Because let me tell you, after 5 years, 6 years, you have children. They are in school. They are in kindergarten. So now you see all your survival depends on that job. And leaving it, by the way, becomes hard. And they chase you away. Now you don't become like me. Then you start court, industrial court. I was employed. Then I was dismissed. The man is showing you a way, but you are suing him. Why do you sue him? He has shown you a way. Start yours. Actually, I told you, I got my first PC in 1998. By 99, I had started chambers. Am I not here? So why do you wait for 10 years when you have kids and then they're in secondary school and you do not have school fees? Then the second factor, I don't want to take a lot of time. The second factor which will lead you to success, let me tell you. She talked about it, is excellence. One time I was attending graduation at TLDC. Actually, I used to be an associate partner at TLDC, and I taught some of the advocates. And I became an associate at TLDC. I didn't apply to go to TLDC. They had what I was doing in the field. That was 2003. I was everywhere like DP. I was doing everything. No, they said Mtabingo, come and help us. I went and helped them for 8 years. I worked faithfully and religiously, and that is also another thing. Once you have chosen to take a job, you do it. Be excellent, excel. Be excellent. I attended the graduation at TLDC. The chief guest was Kido Makubi. At that time, he was a minister. He said, whatever you do, you excel. Do it excellently. Don't do it haphazardly because you take you to another job. I think in excellency, nobody matches me. You got caught, or anywhere you go, you find I'm waiting for you. So, my defense will be having objections about 10. You didn't do ABC. Jurisdiction. I have made a lot of money in a jurisdiction. You are suing in a wrong court. Dismissed. You have gone to court, you have sued, but now you will end up paying me. So are you excellent? So your client will say, now you see what kind of lawyer. Now they will come to me now instead. They leave you and come to me. So whatever you do, do it excellently. If you are drawing a print, give it your best. If you are in court, like where you will never beat me, I think that is my talent. Cross-examination. I told the people, if I don't get the truth in the case in the cross-examination, then I have lost the case. Do something excellent today, and people say, it is not your case. Whose case is it? It is your case. The client has delegated you with his case. But now there is a maxim that is saying, it is not your case, it is the client's case. But you are the one now, you are the flag bearer. Actually, now, me, I'm handling a client's case and I lose it. I can sleep for the whole week. I can get even a depression. Why should I lose a case? Because the client came to me, I advised him. They say the greatest thing a lawyer can do to a client is giving him proper advice. So when I'm in court, I'm prosecuting my advice. Then I go and lose. Then they say, it is the client's case. But you are the one who has taken him there. Why didn't you tell him not to leave the court? So I can get sick, I'm telling you, if I lose a case. Why should I lose a case? Because somebody comes, then we pass through, then now, should we go to court? And let me tell you guys, here, that is where you go wrong. When the clients come to you, then you want the fees, instruction fees. You rush hurriedly. You file cases. You find the cases you have filed, non-starters. Now you start hiding from your client. And then you say, change of instructions. You have taken his money. So, do you think you have got a good name there? Now, like me in my chambers, start a case, I'm telling you, I have a scrutinizer, and when I start a case, then it is me now, I replace the client. It is me, the plaintiff. I'm fighting you now. This is my instructions. This is my advice. I must defend it. The person has delegated me. You excel. So, but you see now in character, we are not the same. I see people, they take the client's cases, a case comes in court, some are watching Arsenal, some are taking a tea at Sheraton, some are doing other things with ladies, you see, but they are calling the case in court. And then you hear, expert judgment. Expert judgment, I was not there. Maybe if I was not served, even if I'm served and I'm not there, at least some other person has to be there. expert judgment, application for reinstatement. You see? And kumbe, you took somebody's money. Are you excellent? Is it going to give you another job? Are you going to succeed in your business? So that's why some of us, I'm telling you, you find everybody's looking for you because they know how to do your things. And they know that in the whole country, you are the best. And then now you start getting referrals. Some judges who have clients, who have relatives, they said, no, we know the only person. At one time, I got a client from a judge. The client told me that Mtabingwa, Justice so-and-so has told me that in the whole country, you are the only lawyer whom he trusts and whom he knows, and you are the only person who can save me this. There's no other person. So I took up the matter, and I finished it. The person was paid his money and was very happy. You understand? Now imagine how many other people did he tell? Then it become like a vicious circle. You understand? So honesty, number one. Hard working, number two. There is another thing now. And all of them must combine. There is what we call good grasp of the law. Maybe that is why you should determine whether you start chambers or not, because chambers is a business and you are offering legal services, legal practice. Not everybody can start a firm. Now you see, we have many universities. Very many people have become advocates, lawyers. So, but what grasp of the law do you have? That one you should think about it. But the good thing now, what will save you is one. A good lawyer is not the one who knows the law, but where to find it. Make research. You can make research. If you don't make research, then you go and consult your colleagues. You understand? So have a good grasp of the law. And I must tell you this, our work is result-oriented. Somebody comes to you, comes with a problem. They want to take his land. His land is going. He wants an injunction. Actually, people come with, an injunction. They know it. And now he comes to you as a legal expert. He has a big problem. And the problem, some of them, they are very urgent. His land is going. Oh, his money is going. So now you scratch your head. You go back to the DC. Facts of the case. Then issues. Then the law applicable. Then forum, procedure, and documents. Are you following the right forum? Are you following the right procedure? You go to court, you find what you had done, all that one. And imagine the case is urgent. You meet another lawyer, the lawyer trashes you, and the judge does not have any option but to dismiss your case. And you see, somebody's land is going, you think he is going to come back to you? So that good grasp of the law, I'm telling you, is very, 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 very important. Maybe if you feel that you are not going to do well, maybe you leave the practice. But I have already told you there is a remedy in research. You find somebody, you are going for submissions. The person in the head is green, he doesn't have anything in actually this thing of written submissions. I don't like it. I want to go to court, and then the judge asks, what is your case, Mtabingwa? You not beat me there. You cannot. And the clients are seeing. One time I went to Mbarara, I was having a case. After the case, there is a bomber ground near. Everybody in the court was following me. Hey, you man, where do you work from? Can you give us your business cards? Then the same thing I did in Fort Poto. That was 2004. He said, you man, where do you work from? And they were coming from Kasese. When I came back to Kampala, they came now. They say, you man, can you come and help us in Kasese? But Kasese was very far. I said, sir, I cannot come to Kasese. You understand? So when you excel, I'm telling you, everybody looks for you. But you have a lot of potential. Don't dwell in other people's chambers. Don't overstay there. No, I don't like that kind of thing. I did it, and you can also do it because you have the potential. You have the potential, but you do the three things I have told you. Even if you are not honest, promise me that you will pretend. If you pretend, you will become like me. Then you will have finished. Can you pretend? And you see, we men, we have two vices. The first one is money. The second one is, you know it. So, if you are not like me, can you pretend that you will respect people's money? If you cannot, I'm telling you, your future is not bright. It cannot be bright, I'm telling you. Some of us, we are walking with our heads high. because of that. But maybe I think it is because of me. I never pretended. It is because of how I grew up. Even now, I'm down to earth. Even if you find that you see people are driving big vehicles. I have a big vehicle, yes, but sometimes now do I need this big vehicle? It is an 8-seater. Why can't I drive my Corona? I have my Corona also. I drive it. If I'm in town driving my Corona, that is my nature. I'm down to earth. But anything which touches justice for my client, you will never beat me there. You will never beat me. And I never settle until justice has been done for my client, the person who has trusted me, entrusted me with his job. And that's why they trust me, and that's why they bring many more others. And that's what has made me. That's why whenever I'm walking, then I say, yes, I have practiced through. That's what that was my opening sentence. If there is anything I have practiced, it is raw. I want you to do the same. And you never regret. There is money, there is a name. There is no money like this money of Sudir. No. There is a saying that the person who is rich is not person who has much, but the person who needs less. So when I tell you that I'm very rich, don't think that this the people of URA can come against me. I'm not saying that I have money like that of Sudira, but me, I'm saying I need less. I may not be having so much, but I don't need much. I need less. And I'm very contented in my practice. Even I have not never applied to be a judge. I hear people applying to be judges. What? They want to go to corporations. Me, I'm very comfortable in my chambers. You come, you will find me there. You give me your work. I do it honestly, confidently, and as my head is always high wherever I am. I want you to emulate that one. And once you have done that one, let me tell you, you count money, you drive vehicles, you build houses. You see, they say a good name, a good reputation is more worth than even gold. So promise me that you'll make a good name. You make a good name, the future is bright. There is a lot of future in legal practice. I saw people were saying, you see, now there are some other techniques which have come, that arbitration. No, this is a word of dispute. Where there is man, there will always be a dispute, and there will always be a lawyer to solve it. Let me tell you, don't be discouraged. There is future in legal practice, and you can make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mutavingwa. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't say anymore. I will not waste any more of your time. You've heard from very capable speakers. I'll just summarize very quickly what we've had today. From Mr. Ngoru, this really is my personal lesson from each of the speakers. I've learned that you should pick partners who can hold fort for you as you go and pursue love and marriage. That's a very important point to take there. From Ms. Dupa, make sure you marry wisely. Marry a supportive but also rich partner. Be smart about it. From Roy, we have learned to wear the right attire. If you don't know what attire means, please look for Roy. From Pastor Max, he has said you can make it. That's Pastor Max Mutavingwa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening. Thank you for staying the course of the entire symposium. I hope everyone has learned a lot. I have. May God bless you. Let's meet again. I hand over to the MC.
Hano, before you leave, would want the chair of the Young Lawyers Committee. He has a few closing remarks and thank you. Thank you note from the young lawyers present here. The photo is after the.
Wow. What an exciting afternoon. We've had a very interesting session. Hasn't it been exciting? It has really been exciting. Let us appreciate our panelists. Our dear panelists, we've had 2 days of interaction. with different speakers. We wanted to build resilience and innovation. I hope that as the Young Lawyers Committee and as the Uganda Law Society, we have achieved that in this symposium. This is our 5th symposium, and it's something that we do annually and interact as young lawyers to see how best we can improve. We usually invite speakers from the profession to share their ideas and their stories. And as you can see from the interaction this afternoon, the trend is moving towards fee earning as opposed to employment. Yesterday we had a discussion where one of the panelists told us that employment is not conscription. You can always walk away. So as young lawyers, we really have to think a lot, to be innovative in ways in improving ourselves. Thank you so much, our dear panelists. Thank you so much, members who are physically present and those online. It has been wonderful to have you and to have an interactive 2-day symposium with you. Thank you so much, and may the good Lord bless you.
Panelists, please don't leave. We want to take a group picture. Members, please. No, yes.